Chapter 444. The Xian family's ancestor, who was sitting at the head of the table, did not know what was going on. He had been in seclusion all year round, and did not care about the family's affairs. Aside from a few outstanding descendants, he had no impression of the others and did not care about them. The Xian family was a large family, and he was the ancestor of the family. How could he remember so many people, let alone a cripple who could not cultivate? The three earthly emperors at the side were also stunned. They were old people who rarely walked around, and did not know what was going on in front of them. However, Xian Li's next words cleared up their doubts. He said the name of his great-grandfather, which was his bloodline. The Xian family's ancestor finally knew that Xian Li was indeed a descendant of the Xian family. But even if Xian Li was a descendant of the Xian family, why would he listen to an outsider? What was going on? The Xian family's ancestors' doubts were quickly answered. Originally, I wanted to bring my new disciple back to pick up some things, but your family made things difficult for me. I had no choice but to defend myself. If I didn't have a hard hand, I'm afraid he would have been separated from his family, Ling Xiao said with a tone of grievance. The Xian family's ancestor glanced at the Xian family's elders outside the door, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "It is his honor to be accepted as a disciple by the young master. It seems that this is just a misunderstanding. How about we just let this matter go?" The Xian family's ancestor wanted to let Ling Xiao settle the matter first, then investigate Ling Xiao's identity, and study what kind of power could make a high-level earthly emperor willingly become his servant. That's true, but you may not know this, but 5 years ago, my apprentice was expelled from the Xian family, Ling Xiao said lightly. The Xian family's ancestor naturally did not know the reason, but he saw that Xian Li did not have any Xian strength and was just an ordinary person. He was a useless descendant who could not cultivate, so he could not blame anyone for being pushed out. Young master, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. Old master is indeed a straightforward man, Ling Xiao praised. Then, with a serious expression, he said, "In your Xian family, my disciple may only be a piece of trash with innately wasted meridians. But in my hands, Ling Xiao, he can turn trash into treasure. Perhaps you don't know that Xian Li has a pure wood attribute physique." Before Ling Xiao could get down to business, he mentioned Xian Li's constitution. For a moment, the Xian family elders at the door wore expressions of disbelief. Any martial artist would only be able to distinguish their own attributes after becoming a mystic cultivator. Xian Li was not even a martial disciple yet. How could he know his physique? The Xian family's ancestor did not believe Ling Xiao's words either. Ling Xiao didn't explain much. Instead, he waved at Xian Li and said, "Xian Li, come here." Xian Li obeyed Ling Xiao's words and immediately walked over. Ling Xiao pressed one hand on Xian Li's forehead. A green light flowed from his finger into Xian Li's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, with Xian Li as the center, a layer of crisp green light bloomed. This layer of crisp green light was very thin, but it was very bright. It was like a green leaf that was growing, giving off a feeling of vitality. Xian Li felt an indescribable comfort throughout his body. The green light gave him a strange sense of intimacy. He seemed to be able to feel that his lower abdomen had absorbed the energy. The Xian family's ancestor suddenly stood up. His old eyes flashed with excitement. It's really a pure wood attribute physique. Although he didn't know what method Ling Xiao used to bring out Xian Li's attribute physique, just by looking at the layer of crisp green light on Xian Li's body, he was sure that this was definitely Xian Li's own green light. Looking at the intensity of the green light, it must have reached 100% pure green. This was the sign of a pure wood attribute physique. The Xian family's elders at the door were also dumbfounded. Now, even if they were fools, they could be sure that Xian Li definitely had a 100% wood attribute physique. Among them, there was an old man who looked at Xian Li with an excited expression. His old eyes were filled with satisfaction and kindness. Ling Xiao let go of Xian Li and said to the Xian family's ancestor, "Old master, to be honest, I really want to thank you for giving me such a good disciple like Tenbin. Although he started a little late, I believe that his future achievements should not be too low." Not only was it not low, but if he had powerful resources, his future path would definitely not be limited to the Earth Emperor stage. Becoming an Empyrean was an ironclad fact, and it was not impossible for him to step into the Emperor stage. The Xian family's ancestor coughed lightly and said, "Yes, Xian Li is a good child. Xian Longsheng, come in for a moment." Then an old man squeezed through the door and bowed to the old man. "Ancestor." Xian Longsheng was the great elder of the second generation of the Xian family. After Xian Wuchang, who was the family head, he was the second most powerful person in the family. Now that Xian Wuchang had lost an arm and needed treatment, the Xian family's ancestor naturally had to question him. The Xian family's ancestor angrily slammed the table and asked, "Who expelled Xian Li from the family?" How could he not be angry? A pure wood attribute descendant. This meant that in 100 years, the Xian family might be able to welcome an Empyrean-level superpowerhouse. At that time, the Xian family's golden age had arrived. But now they had handed it over to someone else. If he didn't vent his anger on the younger generation, he didn't know where to vent it. Xian Longsheng's stooped body trembled and he stammered. This is... He didn't know where to start. There were many people who had bullied this child, but the older generation rarely interfered. Moreover, Xian Li had innately wasted meridians, so naturally no one cared about him. "Get out of here, useless trash. I'll hold you accountable when we get back." The Xian family's ancestor knew that it was pointless to ask, so he directly waved his hand and dismissed Xian Longsheng. At this time, an earthly king of the Xian family suddenly spoke. "Our Xian family has always had a fire attribute physique. Why did we suddenly have a wood attribute descendant?" Hearing this, everyone in the Xian family came to a sudden realization. The Xian family had an unknown rule, and that was that the woman in the marriage alliance had to be of the fire attribute, so it was destined that the descendants they gave birth to would all be of the fire attribute. This was also a compromise to continue the Xian family's alchemy for generations. But why was Xian Li a pure wood attribute? The Xian family's ancestor frowned. "That's right. Xian Bo, come up and explain." Although the Xian family's ancestor didn't know Xian Li, Xian Li's grandfather did. Xian Bo immediately stepped forward and bowed. "It must be because the child's mother has a dual wood and fire attribute physique, so this explanation was barely acceptable. After all, the attributes that both parents possessed, their descendants would always have the same physique as one of them. However, Xian Li just so happened to inherit another attribute from her mother. The Xian family's ancestor waved his hand to dismiss Xian Bo, then revealed a kind smile to Xian Li. "Little Li, come sit beside your grandfather." The Xian family's elders outside the door were all moved. They could guess that the ancestor must have thought of a way to make this descendant stay. When they thought about how their descendants had bullied Xian Li, they felt a deep sense of worry, afraid that Xian Li would take revenge in the future. Xian Li gritted his teeth and said, "I'm sorry, ancestor. From today onwards, Xian Li will leave the family and follow my master." He didn't know how many years it had been since someone in the family called him so affectionately. Although he had waited for it to come, he didn't feel any sense of familiarity or warmth at all. If it wasn't for his master, he wouldn't have the chance to stand here and look at the ancestor's kind smile. However, this kind smile gave him a feeling of disgust. He wondered what if he didn't have a pure wood attribute physique. Would anyone care about his life or death, or his fate? Perhaps until the day he died, no one would remember that he was a descendant of the Xian family. At this moment, he was determined to forget everything here, everything that didn't belong to him. He was only his master's disciple, his most loyal disciple. The Xian family's ancestor didn't get angry. Instead, he sighed and said, "I know you're angry, but this is your fate growing up in the family. However, don't deny that you are indeed of the Xian family's blood, right? Come back, no one will bully you in the family in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, grandfather will help you vent your anger. How about it?" When the Xian family's elders heard this, they all looked at Xian Li with incomparable envy, but their hearts were also faintly worried. They had never seen the high and mighty ancestor speak so politely to a descendant of the younger generation. The Xian family's ancestor also put down his old face. The person in front of him was his descendant. Although he didn't have the fire attribute and couldn't inherit the Xian family's alchemy tradition, so what? Other than alchemy, of course, they also needed the outstanding younger generation of Tenbin to become strong, so that they could protect this large family in the future. And Xian Li's pure wood attribute physique was worth him putting down his old face to persuade him to stay. As long as he was willing to stay, he would definitely do his best to subdue Xian Li. This was the message he was sending to Xian Li, and also to let the rest of the Xian family know his determination. Before Xian Li, Ling Xiao was not anxious at all. He had a casual smile on his face, as if he didn't care about Xian Li's decision. Xian Li opened his mouth and his tone was still so firm. "Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness, but I will follow my master and serve him from now on." Old man. When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost tripped. "I say, kid, in the future, just call me master. Don't add old man behind it, or I'll kick you out of the family." Ling Xiao shouted at Xian Li. Xian Li knew that he had said the wrong thing and immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. "Yes, yes, master. I won't dare to do it again." The Xian family's ancestor's expression became somewhat complicated. He transmitted a message to Xian Bo, planning to use the emotional card to make Xian Li stay. Unexpectedly, Xian Li was still unmoved. The Xian family's ancestor knew that this was a fact that could not be changed, so he could only change his strategy. "Young master, where are you from? I'll have to trouble you to take good care of this child of the Xian family," the Xian family's ancestor said softly. "You'll know who I am later. Since Xian Li is following me, I won't mistreat him. Of course, since Xian Li has suffered so much at your hands all these years, you have to show some appreciation, right?" Ling Xiao said, cutting to the point. Chapter 445. Ling Xiao had always adhered to the saying, "If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard." He let everyone in the Xian family know that Xian Li had a pure wood constitution in order to extort money from the Xian family. Otherwise, how could he make up for Xian Li's years of suffering? Those who knew Ling Xiao would know that this was just an excuse that Ling Xiao had made up for himself. "We owe this child. It's only right to compensate him," the elder of the Xian family said matter-of-factly. He felt that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. Even if Xian Li didn't return to the Xian family in the future, he still had to build a good relationship with him. After all, they were all of the Xian family's blood. If the Xian family encountered trouble in the future, he and his master wouldn't just stand by and watch, right? Therefore, he felt that giving Xian Li some compensation was also necessary. Old master is really open-minded and generous. Ling Xiao gave a thumbs up to the elder of the Xian family and then said, "In fact, my little disciple's requirements are not high. Just give me 100 or 80 spirit herbs above the 6th level, and a few 100,000 Xian crystals. Forget it." Ling Xiao said it very casually, not even batting an eyelid. As soon as these words came out, the elder of the Xian family's hand trembled. The 3 earthly emperors also looked at Ling Xiao as if they wanted to eat him up. "This young master's joke is not funny," the elder of the Xian family said with a sullen face. Ling Xiao said innocently, "No way. I heard that the Xian family is one of the 4 big families in the southern region. Can't you even take out such a small thing? It's really... forget it. How about this, you promise me one thing and I'll let today's matter go. In the future, I'll come back for Xian Li occasionally. After all, this is his home." Originally, it was Ling Xiao who had been provoking the Xian family. Not only did he burn down the Xian family's house, but he also cut off the master of the Xian family's arm. Now it was the elder who had been wronged. This made the elders of the Xian family go crazy. However, they knew that the elder of the Xian family was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, their elder would not have lowered his voice and negotiated with them. The Xian family's ancestor calmed himself down and asked, "Speak." Actually, his heart was also pent up. If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't figured out the young man's identity, he really wanted to slap this arrogant young man to death. It was one thing to kidnap a genius from the Xian family, but they actually had the nerve to demand an exorbitant price. I'm not afraid to tell you all that I'm the Emperor's son-in-law of the Gu clan. The original Gu city will be open soon. I hope that the Xian clan can provide some pills to the newly built auction house in Gu city. What do you think? Ling Xiao suggested. The patriarch of the Xian clan and the other 3 earthly sovereigns were shocked. Previously, they had sent people to explore Gu city, but none of them returned. Now Gu city had seen the light of day again. Could it be that the Gu race was still alive? To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't really think much of the Xian clan's pills. After all, he was already a 5th-grade alchemist. The main reason he did this was because he wouldn't have time to stay in Gu city in the future, nor would he have time to refine pills all day long for the auction. After coming to the Xian clan, he started to plan for the Xian clan. Although the Xian clan didn't have any high-grade alchemists, they could still provide some 3rd or 4th-grade pills for the auction. The Xian clan's ancestor believed Ling Xiao's words a little. If Ling Xiao wasn't the powerful Gu race, how could he have such a powerful servant? He sighed in his heart. It seems like the southern region is going to change. Ling Xiao was afraid that the Xian clan's ancestor couldn't make up his mind, so he said, I just reached an agreement with the Tang clan's old man not long ago. He is already willing to provide our Gu race with profound and spirit artifacts for auction. Oh right, the Tang clan's old man seems to have comprehended his own Tao. The Xian clan's ancestor's mind shook. He said in disbelief, Old man Tang has comprehended? Ling Xiao nodded and said, That's right. I believe this news will spread throughout the southern region very soon. The Xian clan's ancestor's eyes dimmed. He sighed heavily and said, He's always one step ahead of me. Then he said to Ling Xiao, I can agree to your request. The Xian clan will provide the auction pills to Gu city. The Xian clan's ancestor understood that the other party had already pointed out that the Tang clan's old man Tang had already stepped into the honorable realm and had already compromised. What choice did the Xian clan have? Ling Xiao thought to himself, this old man is more tactful than the others. Since he had already vented his anger, Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to stay in the Xian clan. Before he left, the Xian clan's ancestor still sent some 3rd or 4th-grade pills, saying that they were for Xian Li to use. It could be considered a token of the Xian clan. This caused Ling Xiao to not know whether to laugh or cry. With him, a 5th-grade alchemist, why would they need those inferior pills? Before entering the transmission formation, Xian Li's grandfather, Xian Bo, appeared in front of them. Child, these are some of your parents' things. Take them as a souvenir. Xian Bo handed a spatial ring to Xian Li and said with a guilty expression. Xian Li glanced at Ling Xiao and took the spatial ring hesitantly. Child, Grandpa has let you down. In the future, you have to follow your master and listen to him. Do you understand? Xian Bo said indifferently, then turned around and left. However, his figure seemed to have stooped a little at this moment. For some reason, when Xian Li looked at that old figure, his eyes became misty again. However, he still remembered his master's words. A man bleeds but not tears. In the end, his tears did not flow. After stepping into the transmission formation, the group appeared on another hot land. This time, Ling Xiao did not plan to stay in the deity Dao Union for too long. He immediately led the group to Gu City. This time, Ling Xiao summoned the blue flood dragon, wanting it to carry the others. However, the blue flood dragon refused to let anyone get close to it. Feeling helpless, Ling Xiao wanted to use the obsidian cauldron to store Xian Li and Sun Xiaonan. However, at this moment, the savage leopard summoned a superior grade rank 4 dark attributed bloodthirsty bat. This bat was originally in this body's spirit beast wristband. Now that he had this flying spirit beast, Ling Xiao gave up on his original idea. Ling Xiao rode on the blue flood dragon while the other 3 rode on the bloodthirsty bat, and rushed back to Gu City at full speed. Traveling at full speed, it only took them 12 days to reach Gu City from Deity Dao City. If Ling Xiao had flown on the blue flood dragon, he would have been much faster. When they returned to Gu City, the baleful aura that enveloped Gu City had already disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a warm multicolored light circulating around it. Gu City was surrounded by mountains. Naturally, the spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. However, the baleful aura had previously concealed it, so it did not show up. Now Ling Xiao discovered that the spiritual energy here was not inferior to that of those sections. In fact, it was even denser. Just as Ling Xiao's group of 4 approached the city, a resonant voice rang out. Who dares to barge into Goose City? They saw a bald man flying out of the city. He held a silver spear in his hand, looking indescribably mighty. However, when he saw the blue flood dragon and the bloodthirsty bat, his expression changed drastically. Oh my god, this is a flood dragon, the bald man cried out in shock. He actually turned around and flew back into the city. Ling Xiao didn't expect that this guy was just a tough guy on the outside, and was actually just a weakling. He really wanted to laugh at him. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of something and exclaimed, "Not good. Could it be that someone has taken over Goose City?" Just as Ling Xiao was about to descend on the blue flood dragon, a few more figures flew out of the city. "Husband, you're back." A gorgeous figure instantly pounced towards Ling Xiao. Kai Xiaoyu was still so beautiful and moving. She had a perfect and flawless face, and her gorgeous clothes vividly reflected her proud figure. Her mature charm would always make any man feel infatuated. Xian Li and Sun Xiaonan, who were not far from Ling Xiao, couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. What a beautiful woman! Kai Xiaoyu could be called a fairy by the outside world. How could she not be beautiful? Ling Xiao hugged Kai Xiaoyu and lightly tapped her forehead. He then said, "Your is getting more and more enchanting." Really? Kai Xiaoyu's heart was filled with sweetness as she buried her delicate red face deep into Ling Xiao's sturdy chest. After not seeing him for more than a month, her longing for Ling Xiao had grown deeper and deeper. At this time, a person stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, young master." Ling Xiao gently pushed away the beauty in his arms and looked at Poison Scorpion, who was bowing at a 90-degree angle, and said with a faint smile, "Scorpion, there's no need to be so polite." Poison Scorpion's performance let Ling Xiao know that his loyalty had increased by quite a bit. Poison Scorpion straightened his body, then turned to the 4 people behind him and shouted, "Why aren't you guys coming over to pay your respects to young master?" The 4 strong men behind Poison Scorpion immediately stepped forward and bowed to Ling Xiao, calling out in unison, "Greetings, young master." "They are?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Before Poison Scorpion could explain, Kai Xiaoyu, who was beside him, said, "Let's go back first and talk." Ling Xiao nodded, put away the spirit beast, and landed in the city. There was a majestic pavilion in Goose City. This was the temporary residence that Kai Xiaoyu had cleaned up. After entering the pavilion and listening to Kai Xiaoyu and Poison Scorpion's explanation, he found out that the 4 people were actually a mercenary force. They were all surnamed Peng, and were 4 brothers. All of them were at the king stage, and the eldest and second brothers were at the king stage, while the third and fourth brothers were at the king stage. They also had a group of subordinates, and could be considered a pretty good mercenary force. When Kai Xiaoyu and Poison Scorpion went to the mountains to hunt high-level spirit beasts, they actually had ideas about Kai Xiaoyu. The result could be imagined. Not only did they fail, they were beaten to death by Poison Scorpion. Poison Scorpion didn't kill them. After making them suffer, he subdued them and made them the first batch of people to rebuild Goose City. One must know that they had hundreds of subordinates under them. With their participation, it would be easier to rebuild Goose City. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Poison Scorpion's approach. In addition to his martial strength, he also valued his wisdom. If this matter was handled by Kai Xiaoyu, the 4 Peng brothers would have died without a burial place. And where would they get their current helpers? Chapter 446. The Peng brothers were very young. The eldest was only in his 80s, and the 4th was only in his 60s. Compared to other king stage martial artists, they were extremely young. For many people at their age, not to mention attaining the mid-stage monarch rank, even breaking through to the low-stage monarch rank was something to be proud of. Back in Meteorite City, the Ling family's supreme elder was only able to break through to the king stage when he was about 150 years old, because of Ling Zhao's 10,000-year tree's milk. It was obvious that it was not easy to break through to the king stage suddenly. It was like a heavenly cushion for a martial artist. Breaking through this heavenly cushion would be like a dragon entering the sea, and one would be able to soar freely between heaven and earth. The fact that the Gu brothers were able to cultivate to this level without relying on a big sect proved that their Tenbin was definitely not inferior to ordinary geniuses. While Ling Xiao was secretly praising the Prung brothers, the Gu brothers were even more amazed by Ling Xiao. They had heard from the Poison Emperor that the master of this place was very young and promising. But when they saw him in person, they felt that he was a little too young. He was only in his 20s, but his strength had already surpassed their decades of cultivation. Moreover, looking at his bearing and demeanor, he really had the temperament of a tortoise. Even the high and mighty Poison Emperor had to respectfully address him as young master. But their powerful mistress had actually turned into a timid young housewife in front of him. This was too shocking. It should be known that the Poison Emperor's reputation had already caused a sensation in the southern region 100 years ago, and the reputation of Blood Azura was not just for show. But in front of this young man, their edge seemed to be so weak that it couldn't be any weaker. Moreover, the huge 6 claws of the blue flood dragon they had seen before showed that it was at least a 6th-rank flood dragon. What did this mean? It was a spirit beast comparable to the celestial master stage, and it could move unhindered in any place in the southern region. The Prung brothers worshipped Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't dare to look down on Ling Xiao because of his young age. With the mercenary group brought by the Prung brothers, it was not so difficult to hold the auction. At the same time, Poison Scorpion had already arranged for people to go to the major cities to spread the news that Gu City was reopened. Before this, Ling Xiao had visited the Tang family, the Raging Inferno mercenary group, and the Xian family. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that Nangong Lai had informed King Tiela of the Tiela tribe. At once, the 4 forces proved that Gu City had indeed reopened, and they would also provide goods to the Gu tribe auction. In the following half a month, all the major forces sent people to Gu City to investigate. There were also some rogue cultivators and mercenaries who chose to stay in Gu City. Gradually, Gu City gained some liveliness, and was no longer as lifeless as before. Ling Xiao was relieved and happy to see this. He believed that with Kai Xiaoyu and Poison Emperor guarding Gu City, no one would dare to cause trouble here. Ling Xiao knew that it was time for him to return to the northwest. However, before he returned, something strange happened that slowed down Ling Xiao's footsteps. In the mountains not far from Gu City, there were actually a few mountains that suddenly turned into fiery mountain ridges, causing the surrounding spirit beasts to flee in all directions. The fire spirit grass also gradually withered, and the sky turned brownish-red, looking extremely strange. Although this strange phenomenon did not affect the reconstruction of Gu City, many people thought that this phenomenon was definitely the appearance of some spiritual object or the arrival of some disaster. Those martial artists who had just arrived went over to check, but they were unable to find anything. After all, the aura there was too strong. Ordinary people could not get too close to it. On the contrary, many fire attribute martial artists ran over to cultivate, and actually gained a lot of insight into the fire attribute. Ling Xiao felt that this phenomenon was very familiar, as though he had seen it somewhere before, so he decided to go over to take a look. 5 miles east of Gu City, there was a sparse mountain ridge. Other than some low-rank spirit beasts and some young trees, there was nothing worth paying attention to. There were 5 nearby mountain ridges that were connected to each other, and the soil had changed from the original color to a brownish red. The trees and spirit grasses had become lifeless, as though they could die at any time. In the sky above the mountain ridge, there were indeed waves of uncomfortable heat waves. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the protection of the demon blue flame, so he was not affected by the heat waves at all. As he flew here, Ling Xiao felt that he had felt this aura before. All of a sudden, the demon blue fire bead in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seemed to have sensed something. It once again sent a strong message to his sea of consciousness, just like when it was in the Tang family's crafting pool, trying to escape from his control. That's right, it's the dark brown flame. It must be the dark brown flame. Ling Xiao's mind flashed, and he finally remembered what caused this phenomenon. That's right. It was the Earth Stage dark brown flame left behind by Dan Qindao who led the team to Gu City. Recalling that day in Gu City, Dan Dao had been killed by the Gu clan old woman in the Great World, and at that time, he had only been thinking of ways to escape, so he didn't have the time to pay attention to the movements of the dark brown flame. Later, the old woman disappeared, leaving only Ling Xiao and a few others in Gu City, and when Poison Scorpion and Cruel Leopard searched the dead people, they also brought back Dan Dao's space ring. However, Ling Xiao had always thought that the dark brown flame had disappeared with Dan Dao's death. Now seeing the scene in front of him, Ling Xiao knew that the dark brown flame must have escaped long ago and taken root here, resulting in this phenomenon. No wonder the phenomenon here gave Ling Xiao a sense of familiarity. This brownish-red color was exactly the same as the color of the flame Dan Dao had used. Ling Xiao glanced at the few people wandering around the mountain ridge, then landed in a place that was not too hot. He just didn't want to draw attention to himself. Then he began to run at full speed towards the hottest mountain ridge, which was also the darkest brown. As soon as he entered the mountain ridge, a wave of heat hit his face, and the flames seemed to have a mind of their own, entangling towards Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, those flames became a feast for the blue flames and were devoured one by one. Since the last time in the Tang family's artifact refining pool, he heard from Lu Weng that special beads could also advance, but they had to absorb and accumulate the same amount of energy, which was beneficial to them. Both the blue demon fire and the dark brown flame belonged to the source energy of fire. Although the blue demon fire was a high-grade flame, if it could absorb the dark brown flame, its power would probably become even more terrifying. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to let the blue demon fire absorb the dark brown flame. He had other plans. As he walked into the hottest area, he saw that everything within a 10-mile radius had turned black. There was no sign of life here, only balls of dark brown flames burning intensely, as if they would never be extinguished. The temperature here was frighteningly high, and the flames were as ferocious beasts. It was not a place that ordinary people could approach. Even an Earth Sovereign Realm expert would be burnt to ashes if he tried to walk here without preparation. However, Ling Xiao was not affected at all. He had the protection of the heavenly fire, and unless it was a heavenly fire of the same rank, no fire could harm him. In this area, there were different fire seeds of different shapes, all of them dark brown in color. Some were in the shape of spirit beasts, while others were flickering like flowers, grass, or trees. Ordinary people would not be able to tell which was the real dark brown flame's fire seed. If it was someone else, they would have to spend a lot of effort to find the dark brown flame's fire seed. However, with the guidance of the blue demon fire, Ling Xiao saw a dark brown little fire seed behind an inconspicuous rock layer. This little fire seed was very intelligent, and as soon as it saw Ling Xiao coming over, it actually surged, and the fierce flame suddenly burned towards Ling Xiao. The flame was fierce, and its energy was extremely explosive. Any expert would be swallowed up by this thick flame, and not even ashes would be left. Fortunately, Ling Xiao did not need to guard against it, and the blue demon fire immediately rushed towards the dark brown flame. The dark brown flame seemed to have met its nemesis, and was actually suppressed by the blue flame in an instant. In the heart of the fire, the little flame seemed to feel fear, and actually chose to escape. Ling Xiao did not expect that this earth fire would have such intelligence. Want to escape? No way. Ling Xiao exclaimed softly, and with both palms controlling the blue demon fire, he instantly chased after the little flame. In fact, even without Ling Xiao's control, the blue demon fire was like a wolf that had encountered a sheep, and revealed its ferocious side. It wrapped around the dark brown flame, and was about to devour it. As the fire seed of the earth fire, the dark brown flame naturally would not sit still and wait for death. It once again displayed its turbulent explosive energy, and isolated the blue flame. At the same time, the dark brown flame also wrapped around the mountain ridge, as if it was planning to work from the inside and outside to devour the blue flame. Unfortunately, although this plan was good, it underestimated the power of the heavenly fire, which was of a higher level than itself. Ling Xiao did not need to exert any force, and the blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness automatically transmitted energy out. As the number of blue flames increased, the reddish-brown flames were forced to retreat bit by bit. Very soon, the area within a radius of 10 miles was almost occupied by the blue flame. Between the blue flames, there was a hint of a strange purple color. Ling Xiao knew that this was because the blue demon fire had absorbed the thunder fire origin that had been accumulated in the Tang family's weapon refining pool for many years. The dark brown flame seemed to feel a strong sense of danger and wanted to escape through the ground. Unfortunately, the blue flame did not give it a chance. The blue flame exerted force again, and in a moment, the dark brown flame was only left with a little bit, swaying in the middle of the blue flame. It seemed to be panicking, and also seemed to be very helpless, like a lost sheep that had encountered a pack of wolves, and could become food at any time. Just as the blue flame was about to devour the dark brown flame, Ling Xiao sent out a strong signal to stop it from moving. The blue flame was very unwilling, but it could not go against Ling Xiao's order. It could only continue to surround the dark brown flame, and not let it escape. Ling Xiao began to think of a way to keep it. This was a strange fire source, and was extremely tempting to any alchemist. He could not let the blue demon fire destroy it. Although he could also benefit if the blue demon fire absorbed it, he did not want to do so. He had a great use for it. Chapter 447. Submit to me or be devoured. Ling Xiao said faintly to the lonely Xiaohua. This kind of worldly flame had long since gained sentience after countless years. Therefore, Ling Xiao knew that Xiaohua would definitely be able to understand what he meant. Xiaohua was still struggling to support the blue flame, as it devoured its energy bit by bit. If it did not choose to compromise, it knew that it would be finished first. If you submit, I'll shake you 3 times. Otherwise, you can just wait to disappear. Ling Xiao said again. That brown serene flame actually swayed agilely 3 times. It looked extremely cute, like a fire elf. Very good, fly over here. Ling Xiao stretched out a finger, and on it was the spatial ring that the obsidian cauldron had transformed into. In the first level of the obsidian cauldron, there was a space the size of a city. Ling Xiao planned to store the brown serene flame here first, so that he could use it in the future. In order to survive, the brown serene flame naturally listened to Ling Xiao's words. It flew directly to the obsidian cauldron, and a suction force sucked it in. Ling Xiao looked inside and marked out an area for the brown serene flame to survive. Otherwise it would burn everything inside, and that would be troublesome. Looking at the brown serene flame that had calmed down, Ling Xiao was finally relieved. He did not expect that Dan Dao, who had been famous for hundreds of years, would end up helping him after failing to snatch his heavenly flame, allowing him to obtain the brown serene flame. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's luck was really not something that ordinary people could compare to. As Ling Xiao stored the brown serene flame, the high heat in the mountain gradually disappeared. In the near future, that place would be renewed with vitality. Looking at the auction house that was already being built, Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. It's time to go back. The auction house here had a professional architect sent by the Tang family, and a certain amount of helpers provided by the Nangong family. The embryonic form of the auction house was already at hand. At this time, Ling Xiao seemed to have finished his business in the southern region. He had to rush back to the Guji tribe and tell them the news here, so that they could move their tribe back to the old site. At the same time, he planned to refine the vitality pill to prolong the life of the priestess. Kai Xiaoyu felt Ling Xiao's thoughts of leaving. She was passionate and unrestrained all night, as if she wanted to squeeze Ling Xiao dry before she was willing to stop. Early the next morning, Ling Xiao changed into his new clothes. He looked very handsome and extraordinary. Kai Xiaoyu hugged Ling Xiao from behind in an intoxicated manner and said, "When will I be able to stay by your side all the time? I don't want to be away from you." The effect of the love knot flower made Kai Xiaoyu give all of her body and mind to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned around and stared at Kai Xiaoyu's flawless face. He smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, it won't take long. But it's very dangerous to follow me. Aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid. What do I have to be afraid of? I know that my husband will protect me," Kai Xiaoyu replied with certainty. An Earth Sovereign stage expert being protected by a King stage expert. If word of this got out, people would probably laugh their teeth off. However, Kai Xiaoyu was not joking. She was able to reach the Sovereign stage so quickly because of Ling Xiao. And she also knew Ling Xiao's ability. She knew that as long as he was around, She would never be bullied by others. Looking at the cute and helpless beauty in his arms, Ling Xiao hugged her tightly, a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. If he stayed in Gu City for the rest of his life, perhaps he could bring all the women he liked over, and enjoy the happiness of having multiple wives. But he was not the kind of man who was content with the status quo. His dedication to martial arts was not something that others could understand. He had longed for the holy land of martial arts for a long time. If he did not go there, how could he be worthy of his dignified body? Believe me, I will be back soon. When I come back, we will be together forever, Ling Xiao promised very seriously. He did not know that when he left this time, another woman had paid a long time to wait for him. Ling Xiao explained all the things that should be explained to Kai Xiayue and Poison Scorpion. He took Cruel Leopard and Xian Li on their return journey. As for Sun Xiaonan, he entrusted Kai Xiayue to teach her. The cousins could only separate for the time being. After a long and arduous journey, Ling Xiao and the other two actually returned to the edge of the southern wilderness. At this time, a shocking news had spread in the southern wilderness. Gu City was rebuilt, the Gu clan returned soon, and the emperor's son-in-law was in charge of Gu City. This news was like a plague. In just 1 month, all the cities in the southern region, big and small, knew about it. They were all puzzled. Had the once powerful Gu clan returned? They knew that perhaps the southern region was going to change. When they arrived at Nantian City again, it was still so lively. Ling Xiao had no time to stay. He came to the entrance of the transmission array and returned directly to the Thousand Beast City. Back in the Thousand Beast City, Ling Xiao wanted to visit the Liu mansion, but when he left here, the Liu sisters' resentful eyes, he had to give up the idea. Ling Xiao glanced in the direction of the Liu mansion, and then entered the transmission array to return to Purple Heaven City. The transmission entrance of the Purple Heaven sect was in the Purple Maple Valley, and the exit of the transmission array was outside the Purple Heaven City. It was just that Ling Xiao didn't know it before. It had been nearly half a year since he went to the secret realm of the Heaven Suppressing sect to participate in the sect pledge assembly. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to go back to see his master and his woman. The two deacons of the Purple Heaven sect, who were guarding the transmission array, suddenly saw the movement of the transmission array and immediately asked nervously, "Who is it?" Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. Why were people so nervous when they came back from the transmission array? Ling Xiao didn't want to talk much, and an elder token appeared in his hand. When the two spirit masters saw the token, their expressions changed slightly. They took a closer look at Ling Xiao, and one of them exclaimed, You are Elder Ling?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I am Ling Xiao. Deacons, seeing that you are so nervous, do few people use this transmission array?" To be honest, this was the first time Ling Xiao had used the transmission array to return to Purple Heaven City from elsewhere, so he didn't know what was going on and asked curiously. One of the spirit masters said, "Elder Ling, you should go back to the sect and have a look. The sect is a bit messy now." "The sect is a bit messy?" Ling Xiao was shocked and his heart was in his throat. Mu. Elder Mu and the sect master had some conflicts, causing everyone to be in a state of panic. The other spirit master replied with a stutter. Ling Xiao frowned. He really wanted to return to the sect immediately, but listening to the words of the two deacons, it seemed that things had not developed too badly. He first brought Savage Leopard and Xian Li back to the courtyard he had bought before to settle down. Then he impatiently flew into the sect. Before Ling Xiao returned to the Purple Sky sect, something unexpected happened here. The people from the 7th grade sect, the Heavy Sword sect, actually came to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage, and the target of the proposal was the daughter of the Purple Sky sect's sect master, Yun Mingqi. This matter came very suddenly, and also very strange. This caught the Purple Sky sect off guard. Originally, in the secret realm, the people of the Heavy Sword sect had already formed a grudge with the new generation of the Purple Sky sect. However, all the disciples of the Heavy Sword sect who participated in the sect oath assembly died inside, and the outside world did not know about this. However, the Heavy Sword sect had broken through to the Purple Sky sect to form a marriage alliance, which was indeed puzzling. Everyone thought that the Purple Sky sect would definitely not agree to this marriage alliance. After all, everyone in the younger generation hated the heavy sword sect to the bone. However, the result was unexpected. The Purple Sky Sect's sect master Yun Xiong actually agreed to the heavy sword sect's request and sent Yun Mingqi to the heavy sword sect to hold a wedding within 3 months. When this news came out, everyone was in an uproar. No one thought that Yun Xiong would actually agree to this marriage alliance. However, the elites of the younger generation were unable to accept this result. They still remembered how Luo Meiying died, and they also remembered who was left in the secret realm indefinitely. All of this was done by the heavy sword sect. They swore that one day, they would wash the heavy sword sect in blood, but now the sect master had agreed to a marriage alliance with them, which almost made them go crazy. On this matter, most of the higher-ups of the Purple Sky sect had reached a consensus, but Mu Qifeng sang a different tune, while the Jade Spring Pavilion maintained their silence. Everyone knew that the one who stayed in the secret realm forever was Mu Huai's precious disciple. Mu Huai wanted to kill his way to the heavy sword sect to seek justice for his disciple, but he knew that he wanted to but was powerless. He could only endure it in his heart. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to vent the resentment in his heart in this lifetime. However, the sect actually agreed to a marriage alliance with the heavy sword sect. Mu Huai absolutely could not tolerate it. Therefore, Mu Huai resolutely slapped the board with sect master Yun Xiong and shouted, "If the sect really has a marriage alliance with the heavy sword sect, then their Mu Qifeng will leave the sect." The Purple Sky sect had 9 great peaks, and they had always been extremely united and harmonious, but now that such a sudden conflict had occurred, it made people feel as if a mountain storm was coming. Mu Huai's resolute attitude shocked everyone, but Yun Xiong said that it was for the future development of the sect. With a 7th-rank sect as backup, the Purple Sky sect might have a chance to rise to a higher level in the future, and they should not mix their personal interests in front of everyone's interests. Unfortunately, Mu Huai was stubborn, and the entire Mu Qifeng also supported Mu Huai's decision. For a time, there was a situation of internal turmoil within the sect. However, the majority of the peaks leaned towards sect master Yun Xiong's decision. After all, a marriage alliance with a 7th-rank sect would greatly improve the prestige of the Purple Sky sect, and it would allow the Purple Sky sect's status to be even more consolidated. In the future, perhaps it would be able to rise by 1 or 2 ranks in the ranking competition, so presumably, it wouldn't be a problem. In this marriage alliance, the heavy sword sect's partner was their young sect master, Luo Batian. Luo Batian was a genius of the heavy sword sect, and he'd just turned 30, yet he already possessed the strength of a high-stage king rank expert. In the vast Northwest, he was absolutely an extraordinary genius. It was said that he was the closed-door disciple of the heavenly exalt of the heavy sword sect, and his combat strength was extraordinary. It was no wonder that Yun Xiong would agree to this marriage alliance. If the partner was an insignificant disciple of the heavy sword sect, then presumably he wouldn't make such a decision. Everyone wanted to know exactly what Yun Mingqi, as the person involved, was thinking. In the end, the answer was announced, and Yun Mingqi agreed to this marriage alliance. After this news was announced, the entire Purple Sky sect was in an uproar. Could it be that even Yun Mingqi couldn't avoid it? Did she want to marry into a 7th-rank sect and become the future sect master's wife? Perhaps she only wanted to cultivate in a better place? Or perhaps she was fascinated and admired Luo Batian's valiant strength. Perhaps only she knew the answer to this. Chapter 448. Majestic mountains and lofty ridges, and wisps of lingering spirit qi filled the sky above this part of the world. From afar, it gave people the feeling that it was a paradise filled with heaven and earth spiritual qi. This was where the Purple Sky sect was located. On the main peak, in a quiet and secluded courtyard. This was where Yun Mingqi lived and cultivated. At this time in the courtyard, there were 2 beautiful women. One of them was a woman wearing a light blue veil. This woman seemed to be a fairy born from the essence of heaven and earth. She was so perfect that it made people feel suffocated. Her ethereal and lively temperament seemed so out of this world. She was like a quiet orchid in a celestial pond that people would never get tired of looking at 100 times. The other woman's beauty was equally captivating, but her delicate and cold face gave people a feeling of being 1,000 miles away. The pure white gauze made her look so pure and flawless. Waves of white light flickered around her body, adding an indescribable sense of purity to her. If these two weren't Yun Mingqi and Bing Ruoshui, who else could they be? The two were apprentice sisters and best friends. But at this moment, they were actually going to fight. Why are you doing this? Bing Ruoshui coldly stared at Yun Mingqi. She was older than Yun Mingqi by 2 years, but her strength was below Yun Mingqi's, so she had always respectfully called Yun Mingqi senior apprentice sister. But now, she didn't even bother to call her senior apprentice sister. Yun Mingqi didn't meet Bing Ruoshui's gaze. Instead, she raised her delicate face and stared at the blue sky. I can't only care about my own interests. Bing Ruoshui clenched her fists. Could it be that you don't remember who made him stay there forever? Could it be that you've even forgotten about his enmity? Bing Ruoshui's words were very loud. There was an indescribable resentment in her voice that constantly emitted an icy aura. After not seeing her for half a year, Bing Ruoshui had already cultivated to the high-rank Soul Master realm. Moreover, her realm was very stable. It didn't seem like she had just entered the high-rank Soul Master realm. Yun Mingqi's expression was still as calm as water. It was as if she didn't take Bing Ruoshui's words to heart. She also didn't care about Bing Ruoshui's anger. It's impossible for him to appear again. Am I supposed to foolishly wait for him? The hatred of the past has already vanished into thin air. We have to face reality. The Heavy Sword sect isn't something our Violet Heaven sect can fight against. Not to mention that the one coming to meet me is the junior sect master of the Heavy Sword sect. He's only 30 years old, but he's already at the peak of the King realm. Such an outstanding tenbin. Only such a man is worthy of me, Yun Mingqi, said Yun Mingqi indifferently. Her expression was extremely calm, and it was impossible to see the slightest fluctuation in her emotions. Bing Ruoshui furrowed her brows, her delicate face filled with unspeakable anger. Don't you remember who begged for your life? Who would come to the sect from so far away for you? And who was the one who proposed to the sect master in front of everyone for you? Didn't you say that he was the only one in your heart? It's only been half a year, and you've already forgotten him? Are you worthy of him? Is it worthy of everything he has done for you? Bing Ruoshui had never been a talkative person, but now, she was holding back her anger and kept on asking questions. Abruptly, Yun Mingqi began to laugh. That's right, back then I was moved by his stupidity, but what about now? He'll forever remain in that secret realm, unable to come out. Do you want me to endlessly wait for him? What's more, does he love me? Touch your conscience. Do you like him? And does he like you? Then why did senior apprentice sister Luo die for him? Why did he kill so many people for her? All of this is because he's too sentimental, too fickle. I've already seen it clearly. I don't want to continue waiting for him. He's not worth it. You. Bing Ruoshui was so angry that she was speechless. But she knew that what Yun Mingqi said was the truth. But in this world, which powerful man didn't have multiple wives and concubines? Not to mention that he was more outstanding than everyone else. What's wrong? Junior apprentice sister, don't be silly. It's already impossible for him to appear again, so don't waste your life for him. I trust that he won't blame us. Yun Mingqi gently persuaded. You've changed. Bing Ruoshui took a step back and stared at Yun Mingqi in disbelief. She had never imagined that the pure and flawless Yun Mingqi would become like this. Is that so? Perhaps this is my true self, Yun Mingqi said disapprovingly. After pausing for a moment, she said, why don't you marry into the Heavy Sword sect with me? That way we can still be together. In the future, we'll definitely be able to obtain even more cultivation resources. With our tenbin, it shouldn't be difficult for us to reach the earthly emperor realm, or even the heavenly sovereign realm. You're shameless. Bing Ruoshui finally couldn't take it anymore. The ice sword in her hand stabbed towards Yun Mingqi. Ice flowers fluttered in the air like snowflakes in winter. Yun Mingqi stood there motionlessly. A screen of water appeared in front of her, blocking all of Bing Ruoshui's ice flowers. Junior apprentice sister, the difference between us is too great. Even if you don't agree with me, you can still leave, right? It's just a pity, Yun Mingqi said indifferently. Bing Ruoshui didn't reply. With her as the center, a powerful ice chi suddenly blossomed. The cold air was actually condensing at the tip of her sword. In the end, the ice chi condensed into a huge hailstone. Bing Ruoshui let out a delicate shout, and the huge hailstones rained down towards Yun Mingqi. The countless hailstones were like sharp blades. They were swift and ferocious, and they were probably comparable to a low-level king's all-out attack. This was the powerful killing move of the blue stair sword technique that she had obtained from the secret realm. Using this move almost exhausted all of her spiritual energy, and her delicate face became much paler. However, would this be enough to deal with Yun Mingqi? Yun Mingqi had long since stepped into the mid-level king realm. She waved her hand, and a wave of water floated in the windless air, scattering the hailstones. Some of the hailstones even struck Bing Ruoshui's body. Pooh! Bing Ruoshui had already used up the majority of her spiritual energy, and she was unable to block the backlash. Her body was sent flying several meters, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually want to kill me? Don't think that I won't dare to hurt you. Yun Mingqi glared at Bing Ruoshui. Layers of faint water curled around her body, making her look like a pure and holy water goddess. If you have the ability, then kill me. You shameless woman, I misjudged you. Bing Ruoshui glared at Yun Mingqi. In truth, she had no right to interfere with Yun Mingqi's freedom and choice. However, she felt unreconciled on his behalf. He had only been trapped for half a year, and she believed that he was definitely still alive and well. However, he didn't know that the woman he loved the most was about to marry someone else, and that that woman was willing to do so. She wanted to seek justice for him, but she didn't know that this justice was just an endless entanglement of emotions. I'll kill you. Yun Mingqi raised her palm, slapping towards Bing Ruoshui's face. Bing Ruoshui didn't resist at all. Instead, she closed her eyes and quietly waited for the end of her life to come. Unfortunately, she only felt a slight pain on her face from the cold wind, and didn't feel any other pain. She opened her eyes and saw that a few strands of hair had fallen from her bangs. From today onwards, our sisterhood ends here. You can leave. Yun Mingqi retracted her hand, and faintly said. Bing Ruoshui staggered to her feet, and without saying a word, she walked out of the courtyard. After Bing Ruoshui left for a long time, Yun Mingqi turned around, and tears rolled down her face. Junior sister, I'm sorry, you have to take care of yourself. Yun Mingqi wiped away the tears on her face, and her expression became firm once more. She muttered, Heavy Sword Sect, just you wait. I will definitely make you disappear from the northwest. After saying that, she slammed her palm into a tree not far away. Bang! The huge tree was instantly smashed into smithereens by the spiritual energy, and with a loud rumble, the huge tree collapsed. At the same time that Bing Ruoshui left, a bright red flower-like woman also left the Scarlet Flame Peak. The red-clothed woman glanced indifferently in a certain direction, and muttered, One day, I will return. I hope that your two sects will still be alive and well. Her red clothes were like blood, and she was as beautiful as a flower. On Wooden Flag Peak, Mu Huai angrily glared at the few people in his hall. These people were Su Jiannan of Golden Tree Peak, Zhao Mingyuan of Scarlet Flame Peak, Gusher of Black Crag Peak, Nangong Changle of Medicine Peak, and Yen Zhen of Refining Peak. They had come together for no other reason than to persuade Mu Huai not to be impulsive, and to make him support Sect Master Yun Xiong's decision. You can leave, I won't agree to anything you say. Mu Huai didn't wait for them to speak, and immediately rushed to stop them from saying anything. Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Our 9 peaks have always been united. Why are you so stubborn now? Su Jiannan said with a slight frown. At this time, Zhao Mingyuan lightly sighed. Senior brother Mu, in fact, we all understand what you are thinking, but the truth is that we can't refuse, right? Bullsh *T. I have sworn an irreconcilable enmity with the Chainsword School. So how could I submit to their despotic power? Besides, with the momentum of our sect's development, it's not necessarily impossible for us to surpass the Chainsword School. Why should we marry them? Mu Huai cursed angrily. He paused for a moment before continuing, but that child who's getting married isn't anyone to me, so I don't want to say anything more. Whatever the sect leader thinks is fine. Mu-En, who was next to Mu-Huai, also agreed. That's right, my junior brother's decision is our decision, and I believe it is also my master's decision. How can Elder Shao be as impulsive as you? Senior brothers, don't destroy the thousands of years of unity of the sect for your own selfish reasons, Su Jiannan said. Senior brother Su, you should know about the hatred of the younger generation, and you should also know who's trapped here. It's all because of those bastards from the Heavy Sword sect. Now we still have to submit to them, so how can I endure this? If you insist on going your own way, I think that our next generation will definitely not have much prospects in the future, Mu Huai replied. He then said, all right, senior brothers and junior brothers, please tell the sect master that Mu Huai is disloyal. Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Su Jiannan said to Mu Huai, but his eyes glanced at the people who came with him, and then said faintly, if junior brother Mu really can't let go of the hatred in your heart, why don't you and senior brother Mu-En leave? We will not stop you, but the disciples of Wooden Flag Peak are not allowed to leave the sect. Chapter 449. Alright. It seems like we're going to be expelled from the sect? Mu Huai felt a chill in his heart when he heard Su Jiannan's words. He immediately revealed an indescribable sense of desolation. He had been in the Purple Sky sect for more than 100 years. This was his home. This was where he belonged. Now that he heard Su Jiannan ask them to leave the sect, it seemed like he was willing to do anything to form a marriage alliance with the Heavy Sword sect. Gusher, who had been silent all this while, looked at Mu Huai with an ugly expression. Senior Mu, you should know the difference between us and them. They've already said that if we don't form a marriage alliance with them, they'll go to the moon-worshipping sect. I believe that the moon-worshipping sect will be very happy to see this result. Why are you so stubborn? It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. That's right. Not only for the sect's current and future, we should only form a marriage alliance with the Heavy Sword sect, Nangong Changle said lightly. Slap. It's all bullshit. Is our Purple Sky sect finished if we don't form a marriage alliance with the Heavy Sword sect? That's right, I feel indignant for my disciple, but I don't want the sect to rely on others to survive. Mu Huai slapped the table beside him and shouted. He then looked at Mu-En and said, Senior Mu, it seems like we'll have to be the sinners of the sect. Mu-En sighed heavily and said, it's no big deal. We can find a place to settle down and save ourselves the trouble of worrying here all day. Why do you have to do this? It's just Ming-Chi marrying over. The Purple Sky sect will still be the same as before, Su Jiannan said. The other peak lords also nodded lightly. A marriage alliance was equivalent to an alliance between the two sections. It was a mutual exchange of needs, and it was hoped that the two sects could help each other. The Heavy Sword sect was one of the 3 7th-grade sects in the Northwest. Its strength and foundation were far from what the Purple Sky sect could compare to. Therefore, the Peak Lords felt that a marriage alliance with the Heavy Sword sect was an opportunity. They could communicate with the Heavy Sword sect and help each other increase the sect's strength. Moreover, they also felt that even after the marriage, the Purple Sky sect and the Heavy Sword sect would only have an equal relationship, and there was no such thing as who would be attached to who. However, to Mu Huai, he only knew that his precious disciple had stayed in the mystery realm because of the Chongjian sect, and would never be able to come out. He hated the Heavy Sword sect to the bone, so he didn't think too much about it. Moreover, he knew that his disciple liked Yin Ming-Chi. In his heart, he was thinking, what would happen if his disciple came out of the secret realm in the future, only to find out that the woman he loved had married his enemy? Although this idea was a little naive and unrealistic, he stubbornly stood his ground. You don't have to say anything more. The two of us will leave, but I hope that everyone can take good care of my disciples, Wooden Flag Peak, for the sake of the past. I don't want them to be treated unfairly, Mu Huai said seriously. It seemed that he had already decided to leave the sect, and he didn't want to see the marriage alliance between the two sections. All of the peak masters revealed dejected expressions. They were all fellow disciples of the same sect, and had a friendship of more than 100 years. They were like real brothers, and none of them were willing to part with each other. Now that they were going to part ways, their friendship would probably vanish into thin air because of this. Just as Mu Huai and Mu En were about to dejectedly leave the hall, a voice came from outside the hall. A voice came from outside the hall. Elders Mu, why do you have to do this? As soon as the voice was heard, 3 people floated into the hall. The people who came were sect leader Yin Xiong, and the 2 elders from the previous generation, Wu Yulai and Wu Youtsu. The one who spoke was sect leader Yin Xiong. Greetings, sect leader elders. The peak lords immediately bowed when they saw the 3 people. Mu Huai and Mu En were obviously angry, so they didn't bow. Yin Xiong glanced at the 2 of them, but he wasn't angry. Instead he said calmly, Elders Mu, is there really no way to change this? Unless sect leader takes back the marriage, I, Mu Huai, will leave the sect and never return. Mu Huai met Yin Xiong's gaze and said firmly, to be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that his precious disciple was trapped in the secret realm, or that the woman his precious disciple liked wasn't Yun Mingqi, Mu Huai might not have been so stubborn. However, this was a fact that couldn't be changed. Ling Xiao was the pride of Wood Flag Peak, and he was Mu Huai's pride. He dominated the younger generation of the sect, was a 4th-grade alchemist, and had a pure wood attribute body. In the future, Wood Flag Peak would definitely become the most dazzling main peak. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao couldn't come out anymore, unless he could break through to the Celestial Master level one day. But how long would that take? Could he withstand the torture of time alone in there? Even if he could come out again, perhaps his master would turn into a cup of soil. All of this was a crime committed by the Heavy Sword sect. Although the culprit had been killed, his disciple would never see him again. Could he agree to the marriage between the sect and the Heavy Sword sect? Obviously, this was not possible. Senior apprentice Brother Mu, you should understand that we must put the sect's interests and safety first. If we don't marry them and let them marry the moon-worshipping sect, will our days be good? Yin Xiong softened his tone and called him senior brother, obviously not putting on the airs of a sect leader. Yin Xiong wanted to rely on the Heavy Sword sect, a 7th-grade sect, but in his heart, he also wanted the Purple Sky sect to be able to reach a higher level. His starting point was good, so the Peak Masters also agreed for this reason. At this time Wu Yulai said, Muen, go and ask your master to come out. You'll change your mind. Mu Huai and Muen's expressions became a bit unnatural. They clearly knew that Yin Xiong was speaking the truth. After all, they had always been enemies with the moon-worshipping sect. If they married the Heavy Sword sect, it would be the beginning of a disaster for the Purple Sky sect. Idiot, let it go. At this time another old voice sounded, and a figure walked out from the back door of the hall. This old man was the previous elder of Wooden Flag Peak, Xiao Songlin. Greetings, Elder Xiao. Yin Xiong and the Peak Lords all bowed to Xiao Songlin. Master, I can't let Xiao, or be trapped for nothing. How can I swallow this? Mu Huai looked at Xiao Songlin and asked, Alas, in this world, there are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. After all, it is only a matter of the younger generation. Let them solve it. We, the older generation, can only protect them so that they can become stronger faster. Who asked us, the old guys, to not have the ability to vent the anger of the younger generation? Xiao Songlin sighed softly and said. His face had an indescribable desolation. He also didn't want to marry the Heavy Sword sect, but in the current situation, only a marriage could allow the Purple Sky sect to continue to prosper. Otherwise, the Purple Sky sect might not have peace from now on. They had to look at the long term. They absolutely couldn't ruin the foundation of the Purple Sky sect for personal grudges. Yin Xiong said to Xiao Songlin with great respect, Elder Xiao is still the most reasonable. Senior Mu, don't be so stubborn. Mu Huai and Muen's expressions were not good, but they didn't know what to say. After all, Xiao Songlin was their master, and what he said was not without reason. What else could they do? Xiao Songlin raised his old eyes and looked at Yin Xiong. He asked indifferently, The Heavy Sword sect's betrothal gifts should be very generous, right? Yin Xiong's body trembled slightly. He felt as if his heart had been seen through. He immediately nodded and said, They promised to give us 100 4th stage profound weapons, 10 5th stage profound weapons, 100 4th stage medicinal pills, 10 5th stage medicinal pills, and 1 million middle rank profound crystals. As soon as these words came out, the Peak Lords all showed expressions of joy. They were obviously very satisfied with the generous betrothal gifts. Xiao Songlin then said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's not just that." Yin Xiong slightly frowned and hesitated for a moment before replying, "There's also a spirit weapon and a red tier profound skill." Next, the Peak Lords all showed expressions of surprise. Obviously, they didn't know that there were 2 high-grade items in the betrothal gifts. One must know that there were only 2 spirit tools in their Purple Sky sect, and they didn't even have a red rank profound skill. It could be seen how tempting the other party's gift was. It was no wonder that Yin Xiong would agree to this marriage so readily. If it was them, they would also agree without hesitation. Spirit weapons and red tier profound skills were given out just like that. It was clear that the Heavy Sword sect's foundation was many times stronger than the Purple Sky sect's. You have some sincerity. However, before you send the person over, you should first get the betrothal gifts. After carefully inspecting them, it won't be too late to send the person over, Xiao Songlin said indifferently. Yes, Elder Xiao, Yin Xiong replied. All right, everyone can go now. We, the Wooden Flag Peak, won't be participating in the farewell ceremony. Do as you see fit. Xiao Songlin waved his hand and said. Yin Xiong and the Peak Lords cupped their hands and were about to leave. However, at this moment, a staggering figure stumbled in from outside the door. Not good, Peak Lord Master. That Luo Batian injured Elder Ji and captured Junior Xian. Chen Wenyu walked in with a hand on his chest and said with difficulty. His face was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Mu Huai and Mu En immediately went to Chen Wenyu's side and helped him sit down. Mu En quickly fed the pill to Chen Wenyu and then asked with a black face, Wenyu, what's going on? Chen Wenyu was his eldest disciple, already having high-level soul master cultivation. Yet he was actually wounded on his own peak. This was absolutely terrible. Chen Wenyu took the pill and looked slightly better. He then said, Just now, I was at Elder Ji's place listening to Junior Xian play the zither, but that Luo Batian suddenly appeared and said that he liked Junior Xian's zither skills and wanted her to follow him back to the Heavy Sword sect. Junior Xian naturally refused, but who knew that Luo Batian would use force? Elder Ji and I tried to stop him, but we were both injured. Junior Xian was naturally Ji2's granddaughter, Ji Beixin. After Chen Wenyu returned from the secret realm, he found out that his peak had an additional elder and a beautiful junior sister in their Wooden Flag Peak. He was immediately attracted by Ji Beixin's delicate and elegant temperament. Chapter 450. Chen Wenyu didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in their Wooden Flag Peak. Other than Yun Mingqi, it would be difficult to find another woman who could compare to her. Chen Wenyu fell in love with Ji Beixin at first sight. Therefore, he would often go to Ji Beixin's place to listen to her music. Ji2 and Ji Beixin knew that Chen Wenyu was Elder Muan's eldest disciple, so they naturally wouldn't reject him. After a while, Chen Wenyu and Ji2 became more familiar with each other. Ji2 also understood Chen Wenyu's feelings for Ji Beixin. So he told Chen Wenyu that Ji Beixin was already Ling Zhao's woman. Ji2 hoped that Chen Wenyu wouldn't pester his granddaughter after knowing this. However, because of this, Ji2 was secretly told by Chen Wenyu that Ling Xiao had been trapped in the secret realm forever, and would probably never be able to come out. Ji2 couldn't accept this for a moment. After Chen Wenyu's repeated explanations and seeing that Ling Xiao hadn't returned, Ji2 already believed that this was the truth, and that Ling Xiao was most likely dead. Other than feeling sad for Ling Xiao, he didn't tell his granddaughter about this. He was afraid that Ji Beixin wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Ji2 also saw that Chen Wenyu was a talented man, and was also the eldest disciple of Wooden Flag Peak. He might be the future successor of the Peak Lord. So he acquiesced to him continuing to pursue his granddaughter. He could only sigh for his granddaughter in his heart, and hope that she wouldn't encounter such torturous things in the future. Chen Wenyu was also a man who was infatuated with love. Although he knew that Ji Beixin liked Ling Xiao, he didn't mind at all. Ling Xiao rarely appeared again. He didn't treat Ling Xiao as a love rival, nor did he take drastic measures against Ji Beixin. Whenever he was free, He would go to her place to listen to her beautiful music to relieve his pain of lovesickness. Although Ji Beixin hadn't spoken more than 10 words to him, he wasn't discouraged at all. He felt that time could dilute all feelings and sincerity could move everything. However, when he was listening to Ji Beixin's music, Luo Batian suddenly appeared and took a fancy to Ji Beixin. So he kidnapped her. Luo Batian had already come to the Purple Sky sect half a month ago to propose marriage. He had been living in a private room, quietly waiting for the Purple Heaven sect's reply. During this time, he heard some news that Mu Flag Peak didn't agree to the marriage, so he came to see what was so special about Mu Flag Peak that they dared to go against the Purple Sky sect and didn't put their Heavy Sword sect in their eyes. As soon as Luo Batian arrived at Wooden Flag Peak, he was attracted by Ji Beixin's elegant zither music. Thus, he followed the sound of the zither and found the place where Ji Beixin was playing. When he saw Ji Beixin, he was immediately attracted to her. What an unparalleled beauty! She's a girl with superb skills in the guqin. She's perfect to be my personal maid. Luo Batian was aroused by lust. He did not care whether this was his territory or not. He actually directly asked Ji Beixin to follow him. He even brought up his own identity, hoping that she would be sensible and take the initiative to follow him. That way he would not have to think too much. However, he didn't expect that the girl would be so insensible. She didn't even look him in the eye and immediately asked him to leave. Chen Wenyu didn't have a good impression of the Heavy Sword sect at all. There was more hatred in his heart. Moreover, Luo Beixin's arrogant attitude made him even angrier. He stopped Luo Batian on Ji Beixin's behalf and told him to leave immediately. Luo Batian didn't even bother to say anything. He struck Chen Wenyu to the side and insisted that Ji Beixin go with him. Ji too rushed over in time to stop him, but he was also injured by Luo Batian. Although Ji Beixin's strength had greatly increased, and she was already a low-rank spirit master, how could she compare to Luo Batian, who was at the high-rank king stage? She was captured without any room for resistance. Chen Wenyu had no choice but to report this matter to his master or the Peak Lord, hoping that they could come forward and save Ji Beixin. Otherwise, if something really happened to Ji Beixin, he would definitely go crazy. Mu Huai and Mu En were immediately furious when they heard Chen Wenyu's words. Especially Mu Huai, who cursed loudly, King Heavy Sword Sect bastard, I must skin him alive. Ji Beixin's biological father used to be Mu Huai's proud disciple. Although he had disappeared for many years, the relationship between master and disciple was still there. Moreover, Ji Beixin was someone that Ling Xiao had specially asked him to take good care of. He didn't expect Luo Batian of the Heavy Sword sect to act so recklessly. It was one thing for him to come to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage, but he actually came to his Wooden Flag Peak to kidnap someone. This simply infuriated the anger that he had just calmed down. This time his anger was even stronger than before. After Mu Huai cursed, he instantly flew out of the hall, ignoring the people in the hall. Senior brother Mu, don't be rash, Yin Xiong hurriedly called out. Unfortunately, Mu Huai was already angry, so how could he listen to him? Muan said to Yun Xiong, Sect Master, if there is no proper solution to this matter, my junior brother and I would rather leave the sect. Mu En and Mu Huai had always advanced and retreated together. After immediately expressing their stance, they also flew out after Mu Huai. Elder Xiao this. Yin Xiong had no choice but to look at Xiao Songlin. No matter who dares to cause trouble in the sect, they must pay the price. Xiao Songlin's old eyes flashed with a fierce light as he said faintly. Then he said to Wu Yulai and Wu Youtsu, what do you two junior brothers think? After Wu Yulai and Wu Youtsu looked at each other, they nodded lightly and said, this matter concerns the face of the sect. We will listen to senior brother Xiao. After saying that, Xiao Songlin brought the two brothers Wu Yulai and Wu Youtsu to chase after Mu Huai and Mu En. Yin Xiong sighed. He knew that this matter was a bit troublesome. In his heart, he secretly cursed Luo Batian for being so useless. He actually dared to forcefully kidnap someone from his Purple Sky sect. He clearly did not put their Purple Sky sect in his eyes. At the same time, when he thought about how his daughter was going to marry such an arrogant person, his heart faintly ached. However, for the future of the sect, He could only grit his teeth and firm his original determination. After all, the gift from the heavy sword sect was hard for him to refuse, and there was also a promise that others did not know about, which made him support this marriage without hesitation. On the Purple Sky Peak of the Purple Sky Sect, in a side courtyard, this was the residence that the Purple Sky Sect used to entertain foreign guests. A young man with a huge sword on his back looked at the beautiful woman lying on the ground with a faint smile on his face. This young man was Luo Batian of the Heavy Sword Sect, a 30-year-old high-level king stage expert. The reason why he was able to achieve what he had today, in addition to his own outstanding tenbin, was inseparable from the cultivation resources provided by their sect. More importantly, he was the last disciple of their Heavy Sword Sect's supreme elder. In the Heavy Sword Sect, he had a position that could lift heavy things as if they were light, and was regarded as the successor of the next sect master. He was also the biological big brother of Luo Baxing, who was killed by Ling Xiao in the secret realm. The young girl in front of him was Ji Beixin. After not seeing her for a long time, she looked even more beautiful. Her perfectly matched facial features were like exquisite sculptures. Her pink and tender skin seemed to be about to drip water, and her body that was as graceful as a snake was even more tempting and moving. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed, and her expression was indescribably angry. However, her angry appearance had a unique flavor to it. "I heard people call you Junior Sister Xian, so I guess I'll call you that too." Luo Batian ignored Ji Beixin's anger and drank a bowl of wine. He then said to Ji Beixin, "Play a song for me. I like your zither skills. Go back and be my maid, and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Even if I die, I won't submit to you." Ji Beixin gritted her teeth and said. Her dantian had been sealed by Luo Batian, otherwise she wouldn't have obediently laid on the ground. He's stubborn, but I like it," Luo Batian said with a faint smile. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly raised his head and looked outside the door. At this time, an old man walked in from outside the house and said, "Young master, there are quite a few people approaching. It seems that the elders of the Purple Heaven sect have arrived." Luo Batian lightly waved his hand and said with a calm smile, "I know, it's fine, I just wanted to have a good talk with them." At this time, a thunderous voice sounded from outside. "Come out, you bastard from the Heavy Sword Sect." Hearing this shout, Luo Batian suddenly stood up, and with a palm, he shattered the table and chair beside him. "How dare you scold me? You must be beheaded." Luo Batian quickly flew out of the house, and the old man behind him also followed. The one who was scolding was Mu Huai, who had just rushed over from Wooden Flag Peak. Mu En also rushed over to his side. "Old dog, if you have the guts, say it again. Even if we are in the Purple Heaven sect, I will definitely kill you." Luo Batian flew into the sky, pointed at Mu Huai, and scolded. "You little bastard, you actually came to my Wooden Flag Peak to kidnap people, and now you still dare to be so impudent. Wait for this old man to teach you a lesson, you arrogant junior." Mu Huai shouted, and a green longsword appeared in his hand. This green vein sword had always been Mu Huai's sword. He had once wanted to give it to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao did not want it. With the green vein sword in hand, Mu Huai's body immediately disappeared in midair, appearing so strange. "Young master, he is behind you," the old man with Luo Batian lightly reminded. Luo Beixin's lips curved into a calm smile, and the giant sword was instantly unsheathed. He turned around and slashed down heavily in a direction. Ding! There was actually a strong spark in that place, and Mu Huai's body appeared, but the green vein sword in his hand actually had a crack. It was obvious that the other party's giant sword was of a higher grade than his green vein sword of the middle grade of the 4th stage. Under one blow, Mu Huai actually disappeared again. In the next moment, he appeared on Luo Beixin's left again, and the green vein sword stabbed towards his lower abdomen like a snake. Luo Batian was also considered to be good. This time, without the old man's reminder, he was still able to block that fatal blow in an instant. However, Mu Huai's figure disappeared again after his second blow missed. When it appeared for the third time, it actually stabbed straight down from the top of Luo Beixin's head. Luo Batian was already prepared, and the moment the giant sword stabbed down from the green vein sword, it blasted out an earthy yellow light. The light was like a shield, blocking the green vein sword. But the sword momentum of the green vein sword was still indomitable. A little interesting, but it's not enough, Luo Batian said faintly, and his aura rose like a song. After he dodged Mu Huai's attack, he instantly slashed 3 times, and each sword was extremely fast and powerful. Mu Huai counterattacked 3 times, blocking Luo Batian's moves. However, Luo Batian's 3 moves were just a trick to distract the enemy, and his 4th sword had already slashed at Mu Huai's chest. "Old dog, go to hell!" Luo Batian shouted ferociously. Chapter 451. The attack on his chest made Mu'en, who was at the side, feel as if his heart was in his throat. However, Mu Huai had been famous for many years. Although he had just advanced to the high-level king stage with the help of elixirs, his realm had long been stabilized. In addition, he cultivated the top green rank mysterious skill, Spirit Concealment Technique. When the giant sword was about to sweep his chest, Mu Huai disappeared again. Luo Batian was not surprised. Although he looked down on the people of the Purple Heaven sect, it did not mean that he would despise anyone who fought against him. He sensed danger behind him, but before he could react, the tip of the sword had broken through his dark protection force and pierced his back. However, when Mu Huai thought that he had succeeded, he found that the sword in his hand did not pierce into Luo Batian's body. Instead, it made a ding sound and could not be inserted anymore. Obviously, Luo Batian was wearing a high-level armor, otherwise with his 4th-rank mysterious weapon, how could it not pierce into Luo Batian's body? Mu Huai was about to retreat after failing to succeed. How could Luo Batian allow him to leave so easily? He held the sword backhandedly and made dozens of slashes. Each slash carried powerful spiritual power, and bursts of earthy yellow halo exuded a bright color. Ding! Ding! Mu Huai blocked with all his strength, but the strength of each slash of Luo Batian was very frightening. Each slash was like a huge stone weighing thousands of kilograms, which cracked his palm and splashed blood. In the end, the green patterned sword in his hand could not withstand the power of the giant sword, and was broken. Seeing that Mu Huai was injured and his mysterious weapon was damaged, Mu'en exclaimed, "Junior brother, let me help you." After saying that, a black stick appeared in his hand and smashed toward Luo Batian, hoping to force Luo Batian away. Unfortunately, the old man of the heavy sword sect suddenly appeared and grabbed the black stick with one hand. He said with a sinister smile on his face, "You have no share here." With that, he threw Mu'en and the Xian rod far away. A high-level king stage expert could not withstand a single blow. This old man was an expert of the Earth Sovereign stage. On the other side, Mu Huai had another sword in his hand, but he was facing Luo Batian's overbearing attack, which put him in danger. Seeing that Mu Huai was about to be killed by the giant sword, Xiao Songlin and the others finally arrived. "That's enough, young man. If you dare to kill my disciple, don't even think about leaving the Purple Heaven sect." Xiao Songlin shouted and waved his hand to take Mu Huai away. Luo Batian did not continue, and the old man also returned to Luo Batian's side. The old man retreated to Luo Batian. These 6 people had followed Luo Batian to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage, but in reality, they were the elders of the Heavy Sword sect to protect Luo Batian. 5 of them were at the mid to high king rank, and 1 of them was at the Earth Sovereign rank like the old man. From this, one could see how much importance the Heavy Sword sect placed on Luo Batian. He'd brought along 5 king rank experts with him, and there were even 2 formidable earthly emperor realm experts. Such a force was sufficient to allow him to look down upon all experts anywhere he went. Lithumu. Mu. Muhimumu. Mu. Mumu. He old dog, do you have that ability? Luo Batian crossed his arms in front of his chest and retorted in disdain. Mu Huai clenched his fists. He did not dare to disobey Xiao Songlin. Mu Huai clenched his fists tightly. He did not dare to go against Xiao Songlin's will, and retreated to Xiao Songlin's side. Mu Huai clenched his fists. He did not dare to disobey Xiao Songlin. Many experts gathered in the sky above the Purple Heaven sect. "Lord Yin, is this how you treat your guests?" Luo Batian looked at Yun Xiong and asked sarcastically. His arrogant eyes showed that he did not put Yun Xiong in his eyes at all. No one knew if it was because of his character in the heavy sword sect, or if he really had the ability to be arrogant. After all, this was the territory of the Purple Heaven sect. Yin Xiong frowned and said, "Young Master Luo, we have agreed to your request. Why did you take away the disciple of Wooden Flag Peak? Could it be that young Master Luo is going back on his word? Hurry up and let them out. We don't want to hurt the relationship between the two sects," Su Jianan advised. Luo Batian sneered. "I was just about to discuss this with Sect Master Yin." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Then Mu Qifeng's junior sister can be Lady Yun's dowry maid. To be the future mistress of our heavy sword sect, it would be inexcusable to not have a dowry maid. Furthermore, when Lady Yun arrives at our heavy sword sect for the first time, she will need someone familiar to accompany her." "Bastard, it is your honor to marry our lady. How dare you ask for a dowry? Don't think that you can bully others just because your heavy sword sect is strong. This is the Purple Heaven sect, not your heavy sword sect." The Peak Lords were angered by Luo Baishan's words. Gu Shi, who was usually the friendliest, was the first to scold Luo Batian. Everyone present was a Peak Lord. No one wanted to attach themselves to the heavy sword sect, but they had no choice but to agree. However, Luo Batian was too arrogant. He wanted to take away 2 girls from the Purple Heaven sect. Yin Mingqi was married to the Purple Heaven sect, but Ji Beixin was not related to the Purple Heaven sect. Luo Batian wanted to take the buy one get one free Ping Yi. As soon as Gu Shi finished scolding, he felt a powerful pressure coming towards him. "Watch out." Xiao Songlin reacted the fastest. He wanted to block it for Gu Shi, but it was too late. Gu Shi's chest was hit and he was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. "Whoever dares to speak rudely again, don't blame me for being impolite." The old man from the heavy sword sect said coldly. It was his aura that had injured Gu Shi. "Good. I didn't expect your heavy sword sect to be so arrogant. Let me experience your power." Wu Youziu was an unyielding man. He was the first to jump out when he saw his junior was injured. He rushed towards the elder from the heavy sword sect and launched a powerful elemental attack at the elder. "You are not qualified for Elder He to make a move." Another Earth Emperor from the Chong sword sect blocked Wu Youziu's powerful move in advance and quickly countered with a palm strike. Wu Youziu clenched his fist and met the elder's attack head-on. Boom! Powerful energy fluctuations shook the surroundings, causing explosions to ring out in all directions. The energy dispersed, and Wu Youziu was actually forced back dozens of steps, while the other party stood in the same place, not moving an inch. Mid-level strength. Wu Youziu exclaimed while suppressing the blood in his body. He was a low-level Earth Sovereign, but he was pushed back by a single attack. It was obvious that his opponent was much stronger than him. As the energy spread and vibrated, figures instantly swept out between the peaks of the Purple Heaven sect. Dozens of King Stage experts flew towards them. This was the true strength of the Purple Heaven sect. At the same time, 3 figures flew at high speed and arrived among the crowd in an instant. "Who dares to offend the Purple Heaven sect?" An elder covered in intense flames shouted. His voice was deafening like a clap of thunder in a clear sky. He was the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak, and the other 2 were the supreme elders of the Golden Tree Peak and the Azure Spring Pavilion. At present, a total of 6 earthly sovereigns had appeared in the Purple Sky sect, and all 9 peak lords were present. Along with the elders of the various peaks, there were a total of a few dozen king-rank experts. If an 8th-rank sect was this powerful, then a 7th-rank sect must be even more terrifying. Sect leader Yin, have you thought it through? Do you really want to become enemies with the heavy sword sect? Luo Batian ignored the question of the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak and asked Yin Xiong calmly. What an arrogant junior. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak was furious at being ignored by Luo Batian. A powerful aura surged toward Luo Batian. Before the King Stage aura could reach Luo Batian, the old man from the heavy sword sect stepped in front of Luo Batian. The aura was like a stone thrown into the sea, without any power. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak was already a middle-stage Earth Sovereign, but his aura couldn't affect the old man at all. It was clear that the old man's strength was unfathomable. Whoever dares to move, Don't blame me for being impolite. The old man from the heavy sword sect was finally angered. A powerful aura rose from his body, and a strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings, causing the air to tremble violently. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak, who was the closest to him, was forced to retreat. A Peak Earth Sovereign. The previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak steadied himself, and his expression became one of shock. The other people from the Purple Heaven sect were shocked. They didn't expect the old man following Luo Batian to be a terrifying expert who had reached the Peak Earth Sovereign. Although there were 6 Emperor Stage experts on the Purple Heaven sect's side, the strongest was still Wood Flag Peak's Xiao Songlin, who was at the peak of the Middle Stage Earth Sovereign, followed by the previous elder of the Scarlet Fire Peak. The others were only low-stage Earth Sovereigns. If they really fought, they might not be a match for the old man even if they joined forces, not to mention that the other party had a middle-stage Earth Sovereign. At this time, a beautiful figure flew over from afar. She was like a fairy from the 9th heaven, and her peerless charm made all the beautiful scenery around her pale in comparison. Yun Mingqi arrived in front of the crowd and frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything. Luo Batian stared at Yun Mingqi's flawless face and thought to himself, "That's her. Besides a woman like her, who else is worthy of being my wife? Young Master Luo, I think you'd better hand over the person. You're making things difficult for me." Yin Xiong took the opportunity to say to Luo Batian, "Haha, sect leader Yin, I've already made it very clear just now. Miss Yin will marry me, and the junior sister below will be her dowry maid. My decision will not change, even if you don't agree." Luo Batian laughed wantonly. He didn't put the experts of the Purple Heaven sect in his eyes at all. Xiao Songlin couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "Does my Purple Heaven sect really have no one?" For a moment, everyone was on guard. Do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? Old dogs, open your eyes and see clearly. This young master is not so easy to bully." Luo Batian snorted coldly, and the spirit beast bracer on his wrist flashed. A powerful spirit beast instantly appeared in front of the people of the Purple Heaven sect. Roar! An earth-shattering roar of a beast shook everyone, causing them to panic. When they saw the spirit beast's figure clearly, their faces turned extremely ugly. Chapter 452. What they saw was a lion. This lion was very tall. Its body was nearly 10 meters long, and it looked like a small hill, making it hard for people to breathe. Its huge head, the loose hair on its neck, its deep mouth, and its bloodthirsty fangs made it look extremely sinister. Its body of yellow hair was like a wave, and with a gentle shake, the halos of light rippled, giving people a very novel feeling. A huge lion. A lion that could fly in the air. This was impressively a mid-stage 6th-order astral yellow lion. The overlord of the jungle, the king of the 100 beasts. No one from the Purple Sky sect thought that Luo Batian actually had such a trump card, and this trump card was enough to send them into the cold cellar. If there was a slight mistake, it might be their life-demanding Lion King. The 6 great earthly emperors of the Purple Heaven sect all had ugly expressions on their faces. When it came to spirit beasts, they also had them, but they didn't have such a high-grade spirit beast. At most, it was only a 5th-grade spirit beast. How about this, everyone? It is the honor of your Purple Sky sect that Miss Yin can marry me, and it is not a loss for junior sister Xian to be a dowry, don't you think? Luo Batian crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said with a playful smile on his face. A mid-stage 6th-order spirit beast was equivalent to the strength of a mid-stage Empyrean, and in the Purple Sky sect, no one could fight against it. As long as he gave the order, the Purple Sky sect would be destroyed. This was also the real reason why he dared to forcibly capture Ji Beixin. If he didn't have this astral yellow lion by his side, he wouldn't be so impulsive and rash. After all, this was not the territory of their heavy sword sect. The pressure of the astral yellow lion made it hard for everyone to breathe, and even Mu Huai, who had always been very stubborn, quieted down. Although he was very dissatisfied with the marriage, and also dissatisfied with Luo Batian and the heavy sword sect, he had to consider the safety of the thousands of sect disciples. At this time, Yun Mingqi lightly stepped forward, and lightly opened her red lips and said, "Senior brother Luo, are you going to force me to buy and sell?" It seems that you have no sincerity towards me at all? Yin Mengqi's words were very gentle and pleasant to listen to. It was like a stream of water in a forest, gently tapping on Luo Baixian's heart. Hearing this, Luo Batian felt extremely comfortable. He softly said to Yin Mengqi, "Miss Yin, you've misunderstood. My love for you is something that the heavens have taken pity on. That's why I've shamelessly come all the way here to propose marriage. It's just that I'm afraid that after Miss Yin marries me, there won't be anyone you're familiar with in the Heavy Sword sect. That's why I invited junior sister Xian back to accompany you." Who would have thought that everyone would misunderstand me, so I had no choice but to do this. As long as everyone agrees to marry junior sister Xian to Miss Yin, this matter will end here. I don't want to fall out with everyone, right? Though Luo Baixian's words were no longer as domineering as before, they were filled with disdain and contempt. It was as if the people from the Purple Sky sect were nothing in his eyes. Yin Mengqi revealed a smile that made hundreds of flowers pale in comparison. "This is just a small matter. Senior brother Luo, there's no need to be angry. I'll discuss it with father and the other elders. I'll definitely make you satisfied." Luo Batian didn't expect Yin Mengqi to be so easy to talk to. He immediately smiled and replied, "Sure." Then he waved at the astral yellow lion, telling it to calm down. At this time, Yin Xiong also slightly waved his hand towards some of the elders. Some of the elders from the various peaks quickly returned to their respective peaks, but their hearts were no longer calm. "Father, elders, with my status, it shouldn't be too much for me to need a maid to accompany me, right?" Yin Mengqi lightly asked Yin Xiong and the elders. Yin Xiong narrowed his eyes as he looked at his daughter. He suddenly felt that his daughter was very unfamiliar. The elders of the other peaks all looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. Mu Huai couldn't help but say, "Miss, you can bring the dowry maid, but it's impossible for that child Ji Beixin to accompany you." "Elder Mu, why can't she come with me? Could it be that she's your true disciple?" Yin Mengqi asked. "She is the daughter of one of this old man's former disciples. I will not allow her to be humiliated by scoundrels." Mu Huai replied very firmly. In his heart, he felt a deep sense of disgust towards the current Yin Mengqi. He never thought that this pure and flawless girl, who he had watched grow up, would actually become so cold. She hadn't even married yet, but she was already siding with the people of the Heavy Sword sect. This was too hard for him to accept. At the same time, he felt that his precious disciple was not worthy of your love. "Xiao, or if you were here, I believe that you would be very sad. This kind of woman is not worthy of you liking. Elder Mu, why are you so stubborn? If junior sister Xian follows me to the Heavy Sword sect, her achievements will only be higher. Moreover, I can take care of her for you. I won't let her suffer any grievances. Don't you believe me?" Yin Mengqi said. At this time, Luo Batian couldn't help but interrupt from behind. "That's right, I won't treat them badly." However, in his heart, he was thinking proudly, "I will let them know the taste of happiness." It's good that you have such a good heart. In short, no matter what, I will not let you take her away unless you step over my old life." Mu Huai coldly snorted. He had already thrown caution to the wind. If he couldn't even protect the person that his disciple had entrusted to him, how could he still have the face to be a master? "You really don't want face when I give you it?" Thick killing intent flashed in Luo Baixian's eyes. "Senior brother Mu, why don't we just let them go? In any case, she's just an ordinary female disciple." Yin Xiong tried to persuade him. He had never seen Ji Beixin before, but he could imagine that she should be a pretty girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have attracted Luo Batian to kidnap her. He felt that she was just an ordinary disciple. Even if she was given as part of his daughter's dowry, it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, the Heavy Sword sect was a big sect, so she wouldn't be treated badly. All right. I didn't expect the sect master to think so too. Huh. Mu Huai's heart suddenly ached. He felt that the sect master that he had followed for so many years was actually so snobbish. He didn't even care about the face of his own sect, and he could even give away his own disciple at will. A sense of desolation and disappointment filled his heart. Then a resolute expression appeared on his face. "Today, I, Mu Huai, will leave the sect. I will no longer be an elder of the Purple Sky sect. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the entire Purple Sky sect. Junior brother, don't be impulsive. Muan's expression changed, and he immediately tried to persuade Mu Huai. Su Jiannan also said, Junior brother Mu, why do you have to be like this? Senior brother Mu, don't be like this. There's still room for discussion. Wen Haiyan, who had just arrived, also tried to persuade him. The other peak lords also tried to persuade him. However, just as they were trying to persuade him, Mu Huai suddenly disappeared in front of them. Humph, you want to hide from me with that speed? The old man from the heavy sword sect snorted coldly. He pointed with one hand, and an elemental light shot downwards. Puff! Mu Huai, who had just disappeared, was instantly injured in one of his legs. There was a bloody hole on his thigh, and blood was gushing out. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the injury on his leg, and continued to fly towards the pavilion with all his might. It was obvious that he wanted to save Ji Beixin. You're courting death. The old man from the heavy sword sect shouted again, and a palm print pressed towards Mu Huai. You want to kill my disciple? No way. Xiao Songlin looked up, and a green spiritual sword appeared in his hand. He slashed the palm print of the old man from the heavy sword sect in half. You dare to stop me? I'll send you and your disciple to hell. The old man from the heavy sword sect frowned slightly. He kept forming palms with his hands, and a powerful ball of light blasted toward Xiao Songlin. The spiritual sword in Xiao Songlin's hand was one of the two spiritual weapons of the Purple Sky sect. He waved the long sword, and the ball of energy from the old man from the heavy sword sect was cut into pieces. It did not cause any damage to the old man. However, just as he was about to block the attack, the elder from the heavy sword sect suddenly appeared behind him. Senior brother Xiao, behind you. The supreme elder of the Red Flame Mountain shouted. He wanted to rush over to help, but the other earthly emperor from the heavy sword sect stopped him. Xiao Songlin was one level lower than the old man, and his strength was not on the same level. Although someone warned him, he was already locked on by the old man, and there was no way he could escape. He could only forcefully counterattack with his sword, hoping to recover some of his disadvantage. However, before his sword could reach Xiao Songlin, he was hit by the old man's palm. He was thrown far away, and the dark protection force on his body was shattered. Blood sprayed out like flowers in summer. Senior brother Xiao, let's fight him. Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu had the closest relationship with Xiao Songlin. When they saw that Xiao Songlin was injured, they couldn't help but attack the old man from the heavy sword sect at the same time. A grain of light dares to compete with the bright moon. The old man from the heavy sword sect shouted lightly, and his whole body rushed towards Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu. Rumble. Powerful attribute lights intertwined with each other. Two figures were blasted far away, and they were the two brothers, Wu Yulai and Wu Youziu. The two elders of the previous generation of the Golden Tree Peak and the Jade Spring Pavilion wanted to move, but they didn't dare to because the Yellow Dipper Lion was staring at them fiercely. If they moved, they would definitely suffer. Go and catch the one down there. Luo Batian said to a high-level king stage expert beside him. The high-level king stage expert nodded and immediately went into the pavilion. Muan was worried about Mu Huai's safety, and he wanted to go down to save him, but he was blocked by the people from the heavy sword sect. After a while, the high-level king stage expert from the heavy sword sect flew out with the heavily injured Mu Huai. Mu Huai's aura was extremely weak, and his face was terrifyingly pale. Old dog, how do you want to die for blocking my good fortune? Luo Batian coldly stared at Mu Huai and said. At this time, Yun Mingqi quickly arrived in front of Luo Batian. Senior brother Luo, forget it. It's not worth it to hurt our friendship for such an insensible person. No matter what, he is still our Purple Sky Sect's peak lord. Let him go, otherwise people will say that I don't want my own family. Luo Batian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and said, all right, I'll listen to Miss Yin. Just when the high-level king stage expert from the heavy sword sect was about to release him, Mu Huai spat out a mouthful of blood towards Luo Batian. Pa, if you have the guts, kill me. This old man doesn't need you adulterers to pity me. Luo Batian was caught off guard, and his face was stained with the fishy blood. His face revealed a sinister expression, and he said, "Kill this old dog." The blood just now was sprayed out by Mu Huai with inner strength. Seeing Luo Batian stained with blood, he revealed a satisfied smile, and his old eyes gradually closed. The faces of the people from the Purple Sky sect changed, but no one dared to step forward to save him. Seeing that Mu Huai was about to die in front of them, an angry voice suddenly sounded. "Whoever dares to touch my master, I will destroy his entire family." Chapter 453. Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill his whole family. This voice was like a thunderclap, and it shook the eardrums of the surrounding people to the point of buzzing. Some of the weaker King Stage experts almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, they weren't the target of this voice, so they were able to stabilize their minds and didn't suffer any substantial injuries. As for the high-level King Stage cultivator who wanted to kill Mu Huai, his head was shaken to the point that it was in a mess, and his eardrums were overflowing with blood. His hand couldn't help but soften, and Mu Huai fell from the sky. "Junior brother." Muan's eyes were anxious, and he rushed towards Mu Huai, trying to catch him. However, a figure was faster than him, so fast that even the crowd couldn't see who it was. They only saw a blur, and then Mu Huai was hugged by that person. When the crowd fixed their eyes on that person, the pupils of the people of the Purple Heaven sect also shrank, and they all showed a look of horror. They actually saw a person who should not have appeared in the world anymore. The people of the Heavy Sword sect just frowned slightly, and didn't think it was a big deal. They muttered in their hearts, "It turns out that he is just a middle-stage King Stage cultivator. I thought he was some great big shot, bah." A young man held Mu Huai, who was dying, and his face was full of anger. This was a young man in his early 20s. His handsome face had become terrifyingly malevolent due to his anger. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and every strand of hair was like a spirit snake. The golden dragon scales that surrounded his body made him seem exceptionally noble. A golden dragon phantom soared into the sky, and the dragon roared incessantly. It seemed that its reverse scale had been touched, and that terrifyingly strong killing intent made people tremble without even thinking about it. This was Ling Xiao, who had rushed from the Purple Heaven City. He had thought that the conflict between Mu Huai and the sect master would not be too fierce, so he didn't hurry along the way, which almost led to the tragedy. Ling Xiao looked at Mu Huai, who was covered in blood, and his heart was bleeding. Although Mu Huai didn't teach him anything powerful, on the wooden flag peak, he cared for Ling Xiao a little bit, and protected Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao feel that it was really good to have such a master, and he had a sense of belonging. He felt that no matter how strong he was, he would always be a cherished disciple in front of his master. However, as soon as he returned, he saw his master beaten half to death by someone else. A strong hostility rose to the sky. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scram. Otherwise, I'll kill this old dog first before sending you on your way with him." Luo Batian looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared. Because he had also been affected by that shout, his eardrums were still hurting. Most importantly, his future woman Yun Mingqi was staring at that brat without blinking. This caused the flames of jealousy in him to burn even brighter. Ling Xiao acted as if he hadn't heard it. Instead, he stared at Mu Huai in his arms like a child and said in a choked voice, "Master, I'm back." At the same time, he fed a rank 4 healing medicinal pill to Mu Huai. Although Mu Huai was seriously injured, he still had a breath left in him. After taking the medicinal pill, coupled with his wood attribute healing technique, he gradually regained some of his senses. He looked at his apprentice, who was very close to him, and revealed a look of disbelief. He muttered, Xiao is his master dead? Otherwise, how can I see you?" Mu Huai's mental state was extremely poor. He thought that he had gone to the underworld to meet Ling Xiao. "Master, I'm back. You're not dead, and no one can let you die. Even the God of Heaven is not qualified," Ling Xiao said faintly. His anger continued to spread out, causing the surrounding people to tremble. What a terrifying killing intent. This sentence appeared in everyone's mind. Luo Batian frowned and gave a look to the high-rank King Stage disciple who had just injured Mu Huai. The high-rank King Stage disciple understood tacitly and punched out without warning. Everyone came back to their senses. Muan tried to stop it, but it was still a step too late. Yin Mingqi couldn't help but exclaim, "No!" Rumble. The people of the Purple Heaven sect were shocked. The most outstanding disciple was actually attacked in front of their eyes. Do you really want to start a massacre in our Purple Heaven sect? When Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion had always admired Ling Xiao. When she saw Ling Xiao being attacked, she couldn't help but shout angrily at Luo Batian. Luo Batian ignored Wen Haiyan and shifted his gaze to Yin Mingqi. He felt more and more unhappy. With his intuition, he could feel the strong fluctuations of Yin Mingqi's emotions. This boy must die. This sentence flashed in Luo Batian's mind. On the other side, Muan was already on the verge of a violent rage. His junior brother was already seriously injured, and now Ling Xiao was injured in front of him. He madly attacked the high-rank king stage disciple of the Heavy Sword sect. "Martial uncle, come back first." An indifferent voice faintly rang out. Everyone looked in another direction, and saw that the tall and straight figure was still motionless. It was as if the high-rank king stage disciple's full-strength attack hadn't injured him in the slightest. That dragon-scale armor was constantly emitting a dazzling light, causing people to feel that this young man really did have the aura of a king, causing them to be subdued. When Mu En heard Ling Xiao's shout, he shook off the person and quickly rushed to Ling Xiao's side. "Xiao, are you alright?" "I'm fine." "He's not even worthy of scratching an itch for me." Ling Xiao sneered. He then handed Mu Huai to Mu En and said, "Martial uncle, look after my master." "Xiao, don't be impulsive. Your master and I are already planning to leave the sect. Let's go together. We're not their match. They're from the Heavy Sword sect." Muan took Mu Huai and immediately said to Ling Xiao. He could see that Ling Xiao's strength had greatly improved. He was sure that he had obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter in the secret realm. But even so, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to obtain any benefits. The people from the Heavy Sword sect were all terrifyingly strong, and they even had a yellow dipper lion at the mid-6th stage. Even if the Purple Sky sect used all their strength, they might not be able to kill them, let alone Ling Xiao, who was only at the mid-rank king stage. People from the Heavy Sword sect. It would have been better if Muan hadn't said anything. When Ling Xiao heard that it was someone from the Heavy Sword sect, a beautiful figure instantly appeared in his mind. He would never forget the parting words, "I blocked it." In an instant, Ling Xiao's eyes turned red with anger. A powerful aura soared into the sky, and the golden dragon image let out a deafening roar. This time, the golden dragon image became more and more solid, as if a real dragon had appeared in the world. The entire Purple Sky sect was shaken. That's a real dragon. Who could actually cause such a phenomenon? It can't be the people from the Heavy Sword sect, right? They're really going too far. If I had the strength, I would definitely kill them all. Sai, what can I do? Who told them to have a hard fist? In this world, a hard fist is the truth. Damn that. That seems to be Elderling? Which Elderling? Which Elderling? Wooden Flag Peaks Ling Xiao, Elderling. The attendants and disciples of the Purple Sky sect began to discuss among themselves. Looking at the golden dragon, they all had the urge to worship it. Not far from the pavilion, Chen Wenyu was sitting on his green winged eagle, looking at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. His mouth was wide open. Junior brother actually came out? Chen Wenyu was pleasantly surprised and worried at the same time. His heart was extremely conflicted. On one hand, he was pleasantly surprised that Ling Xiao had escaped, but on the other hand, he was worried that Ji Beixin would no longer belong to him. Sai, junior sister Xian has always been cold to me. In her heart, she only likes junior brother Ling. If I were a woman, I would also like a dragon among men like junior brother Ling. Chen Wenyu sighed softly, his heart filled with bitterness. However, he had already gotten over it. Ji Beixin had never liked him in the first place. It was just his wishful thinking, so he could only hide this love in his heart. On Scarlet Flame Peak, a young man covered in flames ran to the top of the mountain. Looking at the golden dragon's shadow, he laughed out loud. Haha, I knew that junior brother Ling would definitely be able to escape. I don't have to feel too guilty now. After he finished laughing, he shook his wrist slightly, and a scarlet flame tiger appeared beside him. He jumped onto the tiger's back and rushed in the direction of the pavilion. On Artifact Refining Peak, there was also a young man staring at the golden dragon's shadow with a burning gaze. His expression became excited. A fire-cloud lion walked out from behind, and without thinking, he jumped onto the lion's back and also rushed towards the pavilion. In the Jade Spring Pavilion, a pure and innocent girl stared unblinkingly at the sky above the pavilion. Her beautiful eyes flashed with tears as she muttered, "Senior Sister Luo, he's back. He's really back." After saying that, she ran towards the private room with all her might. On Medicine Peak, a young man dressed in a professional artificer's robe stared at the sky not far away and waved his fists tightly. I knew that boss was blessed with a great life. No matter what difficulty it was, it wouldn't be difficult for him. The young man was rather calm as he stared blankly at the golden figure. His eyes were filled with worship. In his heart, he firmly believed that the golden figure would definitely stand like this forever. No matter what difficulty it was, it would be difficult for him to be knocked down. The golden dragon's roar was endless, and it shook the air and caused it to churn. "What are you waiting for? Quickly send him on his way." Luo Batian looked at Ling Xiao, who was in the limelight, and shouted at his high-ranked king stage cultivator with dissatisfaction. The man came back to his senses and slashed at Ling Xiao with the giant sword in his hand. The high-ranked king stage cultivator from the heavy sword sect had already used his full strength, and he was determined to kill Ling Xiao with one strike. That was because he thought that the attack just now could take Ling Xiao's life, but Ling Xiao was actually unharmed. This made him extremely angry. He felt that this kid must be wearing a high-ranked defensive armor. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? This time he changed his strategy. The giant sword was actually aimed at the human's weakest point, the head. Xiao Songlin, who was injured not far away, wanted to help, but unfortunately, the old man from the heavy sword sect had locked onto him. He didn't have any chance to help, and this made him very anxious. Muan held Mu Huai in his arms and shouted at Ling Xiao, "Xiao, quickly run!" At the same time, he freed his other hand and raised the Xian rod to help. However, the speed of the giant sword was too fast, and he couldn't help in time. Just when the giant sword was about to slash at Ling Xiao's head, a light blue longsword cleverly shot over. Chapter 454. No one had expected Ling Xiao's return. After all, the heaven-suppressing sex restriction in the secret realm could only be opened by the joint efforts of several earthly sovereigns. When Ling Xiao was sealed in the secret realm, he was only a high-level spirit master. Even though his strength had improved greatly and he had stepped into the mid-stage king stage, it was still not enough to break the restriction and come out of the secret realm. Therefore, no one had ever thought that Ling Xiao could reappear in the world. Everyone in the Purple Sky sect almost regarded Ling Xiao as a dead man, including Mu Huai and Yin Mingqi. However, now that Ling Xiao had returned in shock, all of them couldn't accept it. If it was before, they would definitely be very happy to see Ling Xiao's current strength. After all, he was a genius of the Purple Sky sect and a fourth-stage alchemist. If Ling Xiao continued to grow like this, they would definitely have one more earthly sovereign and a fifth-stage alchemist in the future. It was Ling Xiao's fault for being so young. A 21-year-old mid-stage king stage, a fourth-stage alchemist. Whether it was in the northwest or the south, he was definitely the only one. Although Luo Batian was a 30-year-old high-stage king stage genius, he was a monstrous genius in the northwest. However, he didn't have a distinguished identity like Ling Xiao, which meant that it was difficult for him to compare with Ling Xiao. Now such a monstrous genius was no longer part of the Purple Sky sect. Looking at the relationship between him and Mu Huai, and the fact that Mu Huai had already left the sect, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't stay. They couldn't help but ask themselves if their decision this time was right or wrong. They didn't know what to say, and there was only mourning in their hearts. Not to mention what would happen to Ling Xiao, now that he was facing a fatal blow and the thunderous fury of the heavy sword sect. Would he be able to escape this calamity? They didn't have the confidence. Facing the sword of the heavy sword sect's high-level king stage, Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously at all. However, others thought that he had dodged it. One of them managed to block the sword before Mu Huai could. A peerlessly beautiful figure stood in front of Ling Xiao. and a woman's fragrance wafted into Ling Xiao's nostrils. If it was the Ling Xiao of the past, he would definitely not be able to resist taking a few deep breaths to satisfy the desire in his heart. Then he would pull that delicate body into his arms and caress it. However, he wasn't in the mood to do so. Apart from being incomparably angry, his heart was also aching fiercely. Before he came here, he had heard Yun Mingqi say a few words to another young man. His heart felt as if it had been fiercely pierced by a bayonet. The direction he had worked so hard for, the goal he had been pursuing, had been destroyed in an instant. Xiao, don't be rash. You're not his match. Yun Mingqi stood in front of Ling Xiao. Now Yun Mingqi was both surprised and happy. She was surprised that Ling Xiao had actually come out of the secret realm. She was happy that his strength had improved greatly, and had actually caught up to hers. She had promised that as long as Ling Xiao's strength caught up to hers, she would obediently be his woman. Although she had already taken her relationship with Ling Xiao seriously, when Ling Xiao fulfilled her request, she was very proud in her heart. She remembered that this man had once disregarded everything to save her at the most dangerous time. She also remembered that this man had come from afar to participate in the sect's disciple selection for her. She also remembered that this man had worked hard from the Mystic Knight stage to catch up to her footsteps. His goal was to surpass her one day and become her man. Such a man who was willing to sacrifice for her, such an outstanding man. What else could she be dissatisfied with? She had originally thought that she would never see Ling Xiao again in this lifetime. She had even prepared to sacrifice herself to take revenge for Ling Xiao. She had agreed to the marriage so that she could openly enter the Heavy Sword sect and think of a way to destroy the Heavy Sword sect in the future. Otherwise, with her strength, she didn't know when she would be able to take revenge for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had appeared, of course she didn't need to carry out her plan anymore. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was on the verge of going berserk. It was impossible for him to understand Yun Mingqi's feelings. He also didn't know that Yun Mingqi had her own difficulties. He took a deep breath and faintly said, "Get out of my way." Yun Mingqi's body trembled. She immediately turned around and said, "Xiao Yu, what did you say? Listen to me." Yun Mingqi's heart was in a mess. At this time, Muan, who was at the side, interrupted her words. "Xiao, I have already agreed to marry the young sect master of the Heavy Sword sect. From now on, I will be the young sect master's wife." Muan didn't want Ling Xiao to be tricked by Yun Mingqi, so he reminded Ling Xiao from the side. This was simply adding fuel to the fire in Ling Xiao's heart. "Motherfucker! What are you still standing there for? Kill them for me!" Luo Batian once again shouted at the high-level king-level cultivator. He saw that Yun Mingqi was actually protecting Ling Xiao. With one look, he knew that the two of them must have had some kind of relationship. How could he let his woman pretend to be another man? Therefore, Ling Xiao had to die. Yun Mingqi still wanted to explain, but the high-level king-level cultivator from the Heavy Sword sect bypassed her and charged towards Ling Xiao. He increased his speed to the extreme. Yun Mingqi, who was a middle-level king-level cultivator, couldn't keep up with him. The huge sword once again descended on Ling Xiao's head. "Go to hell!" The high-level king-level cultivator ferociously shouted. "No!" Yun Mingqi cried out in alarm. Just when everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to die, they saw a shocking scene. The huge sword that was slashing towards Ling Xiao's head was caught by a hand. Everyone was dumbfounded. When had they ever seen a human's hand being able to contend against a profound-level weapon? But the truth was right in front of them. They rubbed their eyes and found that what they saw was indeed the truth. That's right, it was Ling Xiao who had caught the sword with his bare hand. "You can go to hell now." Ling Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell came out of his mouth. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, he sent a kick flying. The high-level king-level cultivator didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes, but when he saw Ling Xiao single-handedly catching his rank 4 sword, he was stunned. While he was distracted, an intense pain came from his crotch. His whole body was sent flying, and his crotch was dyed red. Ling Xiao's kick actually broke his crotch. This was a tragedy. Luo Batian frowned. Seeing that one of his people was actually injured in one move, he immediately shouted, "You actually dared to injure my Heavy Sword sect's people, how dare you?" Then he said to the other 2 king-level cultivators, "Hurry up and finish him off." "Yes, young master." The 2 king-level cultivators replied and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The heavy sword sect sent one person to save the injured king-level cultivator. "We can talk things over. There's no need to make things like this," Yin Xiong persuaded. He didn't want others to cause trouble in the Purple Sky sect, but the pressure from the lion beside Luo Batian was too great, so he could only persuade him in a low voice, without any dignity as a sect master. "Sect Master Yin, you don't need to feel embarrassed. That old dog has already left the sect. He is not a member of the Purple Sky sect. I will only kill the old and the young. I will not bring trouble to Sect Master Yun," Luo Batian said indifferently. "Ah." At this time, 2 blood-curdling screams could be heard. The 2 king-level cultivators who went to attack Ling Xiao didn't even get close to Ling Xiao before they both let out blood-curdling screams and fell from the sky. No one knew what was going on. How could 2 high-level king-level cultivators die before they could even use their full strength? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the 2, and in an instant, he was not far from Luo Batian. His eyes were red with anger as he looked at Luo Batian and said faintly, "Come here and accept your death." Just now, the 2 high-level king stage experts were killed by Ling Xiao using his mental energy. He could also kill Luo Batian in an instant, but he wanted to personally smash the young master of the heavy sword sect into pieces. He actually wanted to kill his master, steal his woman, and was the culprit who killed Luo Meiying from the same sect. This hatred must be settled, and he must vent the anger in his heart, otherwise he would go crazy. Luo Batian didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so strange, actually injuring one of his high-level king-level cultivators, and then inexplicably killing 2 of his high-level king-level cultivators. Ling Xiao's strength was only at the mid-level king level. How could he do all this? However, although Luo Batian was puzzled, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. He had always been a proud son of heaven. In this vast northwest, the only person who could compare to him was the opponent in the Light Star Hall, and the person in front of him was not worthy of his attention. Seeing Luo Batian take a step forward, the old man from the heavy sword sect instantly appeared beside him and said in a low voice, "Young master, let this old man deal with him. This kid is a bit strange." Luo Batian waved his hand and said disdainfully, "A nameless brat is not worth your time. In any case, I haven't fought for a long time, so today is a good time to exercise my muscles and bones." Following that, Luo Batian stepped forward a few meters, pointed at Ling Xiao with one hand and shouted, "Report your name, I don't kill nameless people." Ling Xiao sneered and said, "A dead person is not qualified to know this young master's name." After saying that, Ling Xiao moved. He instantly disappeared in front of them. From the beginning he had used his full speed, and many people and this constable could not catch his figure. Only the Earth Emperor realm experts were moved and exclaimed, "What a fast speed! Go to hell!" Ling Xiao cried out in shock, and his fist smashed towards Luo Batian's face without any warning. Luo Batian's eyes twitched, and his head tilted backwards. Ling Xiao's fist brushed past the bridge of his nose, and the force of the blow caused his face to feel pain. Luo Batian was also amazing. As he dodged, he kicked towards Ling Xiao. In the face of Luo Batian's counterattack, Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade. With a sneer on his face, he also kicked out like Luo Batian. Ka-cha! Ah! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and one of them let out a blood-curdling scream. When the 2 of them separated, others would think that the one who would be injured would be Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed, while Luo Batian was hugging his leg with a pained expression. Needless to say, Luo Batian had suffered a great loss in the head-on clash just now. Luo Batian was finally enraged, and a huge sword appeared behind his back. "Brat, you made me use my true strength. Even if I die, it will be worth it," Luo Batian said with a gloomy face. The huge sword released a powerful light, and streaks of saber shadows poured down like rain. The dense saber shadows and terrifying sword chi spread out, forcing the surrounding people to retreat far away. This move was definitely a high-grade sword technique, otherwise it would not have such terrifying power. Chapter 455. Luo Batian had always been the pride of the heavy sword sect. He became a Xian cultivator at the age of 13, a Xian cultivator at the age of 15, a spirit master at the age of 19, and a king at the age of 22. After that, he spent another 8 years to reach the high king level. His growth could only be described as monstrous. He had always been hidden in the heavy sword sect, and very few people knew of his existence. Now that he had reached the high king level, he was in high spirits, so the sect decided to choose a wife for him. Luo Batian's wife would become the future wife of the young sect leader, so the choice of a wife was very important. Not only did she have to have an outstanding character and cultivation of Tenbin, she also had to have a status that was worthy of Luo Batian. Recently, the heavy sword sect had gathered information on the outstanding women of various sects, and picked out 3 women who had outstanding character and Tenbin as their targets. These 3 women were Wu Fengyue of the 7th rank sect, Yin Mingqi of the 8th rank sect, and Mu Ji of the moon-worshipping sect. Originally, their best target was Wu Fengyue of the charm sect. She was only 26 years old, but she was already at the mid-king level. Moreover, the power behind her was comparable to the heavy sword sect. If they could ally with the charm sect, then they could shake the Light Star Hall's position. Unfortunately, the charm sect had rejected them, so the heavy sword sect could only eat the lotus in silence, but they didn't dare to cause trouble for the charm sect. Therefore, the marriage fell on Yun Mingqi of the Purple Sky sect. After all, Yun Mingqi's Tenbin was more outstanding, and she was also younger. As long as she was nurtured, her future achievements wouldn't be lower than Luo Batian's. Moreover, the Purple Sky sect was much weaker than the Heavy Sword sect, so it would be easier to control. The people of the Heavy Sword sect didn't know that the younger generation of their sect had died at the hands of Ling Xiao of the Purple Sky sect. If they knew, they wouldn't have proposed the marriage, but would have directly killed their way to the Purple Sky sect and caused chaos. When Luo Batian arrived at the Purple Sky sect, he decided to make this beautiful woman his wife. Moreover, Yin Mingqi was even more beautiful and powerful than the information said. A 21-year-old mid-king level cultivator. Even he didn't have such a terrifying Tenbin. Originally, Yin Mingqi had also fallen in love with him at first sight, but who would have thought that a similarly monstrous young man would suddenly appear out of nowhere? He was about the same age as Yin Mingqi, but he was also at the mid-stage king realm. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the mid-stage king realm, and could break through to the high-stage king realm at any time. When Yin Mingqi saw this young man, her expression changed. Her eyes were filled with love as she looked at Nian Qing. Even an idiot could see that she had different feelings for him. Therefore, Luo Batian had to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. Only by displaying his strength in front of Yin Mingqi would she willingly submit to him. He had thought that he could easily take down Ling Xiao, but his leg was broken by Ling Xiao. This time he had lost all his face. Now he was brimming with killing intent. His first move was a frightening blue stare sword skill. The frightening sword rain completely drowned Ling Xiao. Laugh! Yin Mingqi cried out worriedly. She wanted to go over and save Ling Xiao, but Yin Xiong grabbed her hand and said, "Don't go over, you can't save him with your strength." "No, even if I die, I'll be with him." Yin Mingqi wanted to shake off her father's hand, but Yin Xiong held on tightly. Luo Batian waved his sword with a malevolent expression on his face. "Die, you little bastard!" However, a dazzling golden light appeared in the midst of the sword rain. Following that, a series of clanging sounds could be heard. Ling Xiao had actually used his golden fists to shatter the condensed sword rays. How is this possible? He actually used his physical body to destroy my attacks. Luo Batian was shocked. Ling Xiao ignored the sword rain and continued to sing, blasting a path through the sword rain and smashing it towards Luo Batian. The elder from the heavy sword sect couldn't help but exclaim, "Young master, don't let him get close." He could already see that Ling Xiao's physical body was extraordinary, and if Ling Xiao got close, even his young master would be at a disadvantage. Luo Batian naturally wasn't a brainless person. He no longer used elemental attacks and directly slashed at Ling Xiao with his giant sword. "Let this overlord see which is harder, your fist or my high-grade profound artifact." Luo Batian's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as his giant sword slashed at Ling Xiao in a yellow arc. Ling Xiao actually didn't dodge. and the golden dragon scales on his fists covered his hands like gloves, flashing with golden light. Clang! The giant sword and the fists clashed, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The giant sword had a hole in it, but the golden light on the fist was still flashing non-stop. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly at this scene. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "What kind of physical body is this? Bastards from the heavy sword sect, today is the day of your death." Ling Zhao's killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his aura was once again at its peak. His figure suddenly disappeared, but an afterimage remained in front of Luo Batian. "Young master, be careful behind you." The elder from the heavy sword sect caught hold of Ling Zhao's figure. He really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he knew that his young master's pride wouldn't allow him to do so. Luo Batian wanted to dodge after hearing the elder's warning, but Ling Zhao's fist was as fast as lightning, and it instantly landed on his back. Ugh! Luo Batian was sent flying like a cannonball, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Ling Zhao's attack had only just begun, and his figure once again disappeared with a faint smile. Before Luo Batian could stabilize himself, Ling Xiao appeared beside him again. "Don't worry, I won't kill you immediately. I'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death." After saying that, Ling Xiao ruthlessly kicked Luo Batian again. Luo Batian felt as though he had been smashed by a 10,000-kilogram boulder, and even the defensive armor on his body seemed to be of no use. Luo Batian, who was sent flying again, let out a loud roar, and a powerful sound wave spread out with him as the center, causing the eardrums of the surrounding people to ring. This was his sound wave mystical technique, Lion's Roar. Ling Xiao didn't expect Luo Batian to have such a mystical technique, and he was momentarily stunned. Luo Batian finally found an opportunity to counterattack, and he casually threw away the huge sword in his hand as though it was trash, and an earth-yellow spiritual sword appeared in his hand. Rank 6 mid-tier yellow heavenly sword. This was an earth attribute spiritual sword, and this was Luo Batian's true weapon. "Little bastard, did you have a good time just now? Let's see how you resist my yellow heavenly sword. Go to hell." Luo Batian's eyes flashed with malice, and the yellow heavenly sword pierced towards Ling Zhao's lower abdomen. At this moment everyone regained their senses, and they just happened to see this scene. "No!" A few exclamations rang out at the same time. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Luo Batian's spiritual sword continued to pierce towards Ling Xiao courageously. The few people from the heavy sword sect revealed a delighted smile. In their eyes, their young master would never lose to a nameless kid. Poof! By the time Ling Xiao regained his senses, the spiritual sword had already reached his chest. He tried to dodge it, but it was too late, and the spiritual sword still sank into his chest. Fortunately, the spiritual sword did not pierce his heart. In an instant, Ling Zhao's chest was dyed red with golden blood. Luo Batian was surprised for a moment, but he didn't show any mercy as he gave a vicious kick to Ling Zhao's lower abdomen. Ling Xiao separated himself from the spiritual sword, and his entire body flew downwards, crashing under the pavilion, and smashing through the roof. Falling into the room of the pavilion, Ling Xiao only felt waves of pain, and he almost fainted. Although his body was strong, it was still far from being comparable to a spiritual weapon. It was impossible for him to withstand the attack, not to mention that he had already lost his defensive state after being shaken by the lion's roar. Fortunately, he had the insane ancient emperor divine technique, and that recovery ability was not a joke. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to recuperate. He took a few elixirs, suppressed his injuries, and got up to fight again. At this moment a surprised voice came from beside him. "Xiao, is that you?" Hearing this familiar voice, Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly. Then he turned his head, and saw a delicate and beautiful face looking at him excitedly. Exionor, why are you here?" Ling Xiao didn't care about his injuries and rushed to Ji Beixin's side to ask. However, when Ling Xiao moved, it affected his injuries, and he couldn't help but grimace in pain. "Xiaoyu, you're injured, who is so heartless?" Ji Beixin's tears immediately flowed out like a fountain. Ling Zhao's originally angry and berserk state of mind was instantly melted by her tears. Ling Xiao gently wiped Ji Beixin's delicate face, wiped away the tears and said gently, It's nothing, I was just accidentally stabbed, I'll be fine later. Just as Ji Beixin was about to say something, Luo Beixin's voice sounded faintly. Little bastard, I know you won't die that easily. Quickly come out and die. Following Luo Beixin's voice, his yellow heaven sword shot out an earthen light, as if a small mountain was smashing down from the pavilion. He actually didn't care about the people below the pavilion, which showed how ruthless his heart was. Ling Zhao's reaction was fast enough. He picked Ji Beixin up, gritted his teeth, and smashed into the wooden wall. Boom! An explosion rang out, and a large part of the house in the pavilion was smashed into ruins. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's reaction was fast, otherwise he and Ji Beixin would have been buried alive here. Luo Batian had already expected that Ling Xiao wouldn't die so easily, so he raised his yellow heaven sword and chased after Ling Xiao, sending powerful earthen yellow sword beams towards him. Stop! Yun Mingqi took advantage of Yun Xiong's distraction to block his hand, and raised her sword to intercept Luo Batian. Luo Batian didn't want to hurt Yun Mingqi, so he could only stop his attack and ask, Junior Sister Yun, what is the meaning of this? This is the territory of our Purple Sky sect, not the territory of your Heavy Sword sect. Do you really want to destroy our Purple Sky sect by doing this? Yun Mingqi changed her attitude towards Luo Batian and questioned him. Luo Batian sneered. Didn't I say it before? I only want to kill that old and young dog. They are no longer members of your Purple Sky sect. Why do you have to do this, Junior Sister Yin? In his heart, he naturally understood that Yun Mingqi was protecting Ling Xiao, and in his heart, he was even more determined to kill Ling Xiao. Yun Mingqi still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already placed Ji Beixin next to Mu'en. He then rushed into the sky, and a dragon's roar shook the horizon. Chapter 456. Ling Xiao finally used the dragon's Timbin ability. The powerful sound wave was many times more powerful than Luo Beixin's lion roar. Many people were shaken and felt as if their eardrums were being pierced by sharp needles. Luo Batian took the brunt of the attack, and was pushed back more than 10 meters. Blood flowed from his ears. Ling Xiao ignored his injuries and charged at Luo Batian as fast as he could. Don't even think about succeeding, you little thief. The old man from the Heavy Sword sect instantly stood in front of Ling Xiao and slapped his palm toward Ling Xiao's chest. Although Ling Xiao was fast, he was greatly affected by his injuries. His opponent was a peak Earth Emperor, so it was not easy for him to avoid the attack. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to be crushed by the palm, Xiao Songlin was too far away to help, and the others did not dare to act rashly. Unexpectedly, when the old man from the Heavy Sword sect slapped Ling Xiao's chest, he felt an inexplicable pain in his mind. It was as if his sea of consciousness was being cut by thousands of swords. Fortunately, he was a peak Earth Emperor, and his sea of consciousness had become his soul. He could resist some mental attacks, unlike martial artists below the king stage who would be instantly killed. Even so, he had to stop attacking Ling Xiao and put his soul in a defensive state. Seeing this, Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and extracted all his mental power from his sea of consciousness. The powerful mental power turned into countless swords that rushed into the old man's sea of consciousness. The terrifying and powerful mental power attack made him cry out in pain. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity, and a long sword that was glowing red and blue appeared in his hand. The ice and fire sword streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Everyone only saw a blur before they saw a bloody mist bloom. The old man from the Heavy Sword sect had been cut in half in front of their eyes, and his corpse was nowhere to be found. Everyone was shocked. They rubbed their eyes hard. They could not believe it, but the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it, unless they were all dreaming. A peak Earth Emperor had been killed by a mere mid-stage king stage martial artist. This was simply inconceivable. Elder He, the people of the Heavy Sword sect cried out in anger. Boy, give me your life. The other earthly sovereign of the Chongjian sect was the first to come to his senses. He charged at Ling Xiao. Xiao Songlin risked his injuries and waved his spirit tool to block him. Although Xiao Songlin was injured, he had adjusted his breathing for a while. Moreover, he had a spirit tool in his hand. Therefore, he was not afraid of earthly sovereign realm cultivators who were at the same level as him. In addition, Two mid-stage king-tier experts from the Chongjian sect wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were afraid. What kind of strength did their black elder have? Yet he could only die on the spot. If they went up, they would most likely die as well. They did not move, but Ling Xiao took the opportunity to chase after Luo Batian. Luo Batian panicked and could only summon the yellow earth lion. Lion King, eat him for me. Luo Batian jumped on the back of the yellow earth lion, pointed at Ling Xiao, and shouted. His eyes were filled with anger. He must make this little bastard die without a place to hide. And this damned purple sky sect, he must let them know how powerful this overlord is. Luo Batian had suffered a loss here. Moreover, more than half of the people who came with him had died. Even the strongest black elder had died here. When he returned to the sect, he would definitely be punished. Therefore, he must pay the price with his blood. The yellow earth lion received Luo Batian's instruction and roared at Ling Xiao. When the lion opened its mouth, the experts of the purple sky sect quickly retreated. Roar. A powerful sound wave roared at Ling Xiao. Waves of yellow waves rippled endlessly, and the space seemed to have become distorted. The houses, trees, and rocks below were all shaken and sent flying. It was as if a Category 10 hurricane was blowing, and it was terrifying. Muan, who was below, had already taken Mu Huai and Ji Beixin to hide far away. Ji Beixin's strength was still shallow. If she hadn't jumped quickly, she would have become deaf. Her beautiful face turned pale as she screamed towards the sky, "Xiao!" Muan's expression was also extremely ugly. Mu Huai, who had just recovered a little breath, was knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the sound wave. Yin Mingqi, who was not far away, almost rushed into the sound wave, but Yin Xiong held her back, not allowing her to move forward. "Father, if anything happens to Xiao, I don't want to live anymore," Yin Mingqi said resolutely, tears gushing out of her eyes. Yin Xiong was stunned for a moment. Daughter, didn't you agree to marry Luo Batian?" Yin Mingqi's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and she lowered her voice. "I thought I wouldn't be able to laugh. I agreed to it to avenge him. Do you also think that your daughter covets the position of their heavy sword sex, young madam?" Yin Xiong finally understood. No wonder he felt that his daughter had become strange during this time. It turned out to be because of this reason. The sound wave shook for a while, and finally calmed down. The surrounding scenery was almost completely destroyed, and the private room had completely turned into a wasteland. "Ah! You dare to kill the people of my heavy sword sect. Today, I will let you see how you offend this overlord." Luo Batian laughed very proudly. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, his expression froze. His eyes looked as if they were about to pop out, and his mouth was wide open, as if it was stuck by something. Other than him, the people not far away also became petrified like him. What did they see? A dragon. A six-clawed blue flood dragon. That majestic appearance, that terrifying and powerful aura, made them have the urge to worship it. Heavens! That is a real flood dragon. From the looks of it, it's at least a rank 6 flood dragon. Too terrifying. The one sitting on top is Ling. Elder Ling, it's too impressive. If I had such a flood dragon, I would be willing to reduce my lifespan by dozens of years. Elder Ling is always so unexpected. Now our purple sky sect doesn't have to be afraid of anyone. The deacons and disciples below the various peaks of the purple sky sect all looked at the blue flood dragon with stars in their eyes. Their hearts were filled with endless worship for Ling Xiao. When the yellow earth lion roared, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the blue flood dragon. With its protective divine light, he was not affected by the lion's roar. Don't think that you are amazing just because you have a rank 6 spirit beast. Little dragon, get rid of them for me. Ling Xiao frowned as he pointed in the direction of the yellow earth lion. The blue flood dragon swung its tail and stood up straight. It did not immediately pounce over, but instead used sound waves to fight back. Roar. Dragon's Tenbin's divine ability appeared. The dragon's roar was even more terrifying than the lion's roar, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. The yellow earth lion had already sensed that the blue flood dragon was even more terrifying than its own strength. It did not dare to face it head-on, and turned around to run. Luo Batian, who was sitting on the yellow earth lion, was also frightened to the point of panic. He never thought that a mere disciple of the Purple Sky sect would have such terrifying strength. He could not help but wonder, could it be that the Purple Sky sect has been hiding its strength? At the thought of this, cold sweat broke out on his back. Now he just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible, or he would really die here. The yellow earth lion was not slow, but it was far inferior to the blue flood dragon, which was of a higher rank than it. Moreover, the yellow earth lion was dizzy from the dragon's roar. In an instant, it was ruthlessly scratched by the front claws of the blue flood dragon. Luo Batian, who was sitting on the yellow earth lion, was so frightened that he quickly jumped off the lion's back. The other earthly sovereign of the heavy sword sect cried out nervously, "Protect the young master!" After he shouted, he immediately moved closer to Luo Batian with the remaining 2 mid-stage king stage experts of the heavy sword sect. Xiao Songlin, however, chased after them without any hesitation. Mu Huai was his favorite disciple, and he had to vent his anger when he was injured by the heavy sword sect. At this time Yin Xiong shouted loudly, "Everyone stop fighting!" What a joke! How could Yin Xiong not stop them? Luo Batian was causing trouble in their Purple Sky sect, so they could only try their best to endure it. Maybe nothing serious would happen, but if something happened to Luo Batian in their Purple Sky sect, it would be a disaster that would destroy their sect. After all, the heavy sword sect had been standing in the northwest for so many years, and their foundation and strength were not something they could compare with. Therefore, Yin Xiong had to open his mouth to stop them. However, could he still stop them now? Impossible. Ling Xiao saw Mu Huai injured, knew that Ji Beixin was kidnapped by the heavy sword sect, and he had a grudge against Luo Meiying. No matter what, Ling Xiao would never let the heavy sword sect go. Xiao Songlin was also determined to vent his anger for his disciple, so he did not take his words to heart. Ling Xiao jumped off the back of the blue flood dragon and let it deal with the yellow earth lion, while he charged towards Luo Batian. The ice and fire sword shot out fierce blue flames, forming a sea of fire in midair. Luo Beixin's yellow sky sword swept out layer after layer of earth walls, forming a strong defense in an attempt to isolate the terrifying sea of fire. He was shocked. This kid cultivates multiple elements at the same time. No wonder his combat strength is so abnormal. The yellow earth walls could not withstand the burning of the heavenly fire, and they turned into nothingness as soon as they came into contact. Luo Batian was shocked and quickly turned to run. Want to run? No way. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his speed to the extreme. He instantly caught up to Luo Batian, and the ice and fire swords attacked him again. Luo Batian blocked with all his strength, using powerful sword techniques one after another. The battle between the two was so intense that the 2 mid-stage king stage cultivators could not get close. Boom boom boom. Ling Xiao was determined to kill Luo Batian, and the ice and fire profound skills were unleashed. Luo Batian was shaken to the point that the web between his thumb and index finger was torn, and his clothes were accidentally touched by the heavenly fire. At first he did not think much of it. After all, he was wearing a high-grade armor, and it was nothing to block a little fire. However, it was precisely that bit of flame that was like a maggot's bone, igniting with a single touch. Bang! Ah! The blue flames instantly burned Luo Batian, and he let out a shocking scream. He threw himself into the soil, hoping to extinguish the flames. Unfortunately, the heavenly fire could burn anything, and his efforts were futile. Young master! The Earth Emperor from the heavy sword sect heard Luo Beixin scream and looked down, only to see Luo Batian rolling on the ground like a man on fire. A moment later, he turned into nothingness. Chapter 457. Young Master. The Earth Emperor of the Heavy Sword Sect cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, no matter how loud he shouted, Luo Batian and his high-ranked armor were all burned to ashes. Xiao Songlin took advantage of the moment when the Earth Emperor was distracted, and the spirit sword released a powerful green light. Swoosh swoosh. Countless rays of green light shot towards the Earth Emperor. The Earth Emperor was also amazing. He turned around in time, and raised a blue wall of water to block the green light. However, the energy released by the spirit weapon might be terrifying, so how could his attribute light block it? The earthly sovereign was covered in wounds. Terrifying wounds crisscrossed one after another, as if he was going to be dismembered. In this moment of danger, the Earth Emperor of the Heavy Sword sect fought with his life on the line. A powerful blue light appeared around his body, and waves of water ripples collided with the sword moves with all his might. At the same time, he decisively turned around and fled. His movement technique was not bad, and in an instant he was 1,000 meters away. He did not forget to shout, "Our Heavy Sword sect will not let you off." Xiao Songlin wanted to chase after him, but he knew that he was too far away. The other Earth Emperors of the Purple Sky sect were also anxious. If they let the people from the Heavy Sword sect escape, their Purple Sky sect would only perish even faster. However, how could Ling Xiao let that person escape? He immediately commanded the Blue Dragon to chase after him. A dragon's roar shook the Earth Emperor of the Heavy Sword sect who had fled far away. The ice and fire sword in Ling Xiao's hand instantly flew out, and he shouted, "Go!" Under the control of Ling Xiao's mind instructs, in a second, the ice and fire sword chopped off the head of the Earth Emperor who had fallen down. The ice and fire sword emitted a buzzing sound as it flew back to Ling Xiao's side. The other two middle-stage king-level experts of the Heavy Sword sect were already scared out of their wits. They immediately begged Yin Xiong for mercy. Sect leader Yin, you can't kill us, you will provoke a war between the two sections. They were also scared out of their wits. Even their young sect leader had died. This enmity had already been formed, so why would they care about killing two more insignificant people? What should we do? Yin Xiong's face was extremely pale. The thing he was most worried about still happened. Everyone in the Heavy Sword sect knew that their young sect master came to the Purple Sky sect to propose marriage. Now that Luo Batian was dead, everyone thought that it was the doing of the Purple Sky sect. The enmity between them and the Heavy Sword sect was too great. The person in question, Ling Xiao, did not care so much. The ice and fire sword shot out again. The heads of the two mid-stage King Realm experts were chopped off in front of Yin Xiong. This scene left the surrounding people speechless. After not seeing him for half a year, Ling Xiao gave them a feeling as if he was the ruler of the world, a high mountain that they looked up to. This decisive killing intent made them feel a chill in their hearts. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not their enemy. At least for now, Ling Xiao would not treat them as enemies, right? On the other side, the astral yellow lion couldn't block the blue flood dragon's attack, and was quickly torn in half by the blue flood dragon. A large amount of blood splattered down from the sky. Ling Xiao indifferently withdrew the ice and fire sword and summoned the blue flood dragon. Ling Xiao coldly looked around at the crowd, then his gaze fell on sect master Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong felt as if he had been pierced by two sharp blades, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Ling Chong. Yin Xiong wanted to say something to Ling Xiao, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. Sect Master Yin, my master has already left the sect. I, Ling Xiao, will also leave the sect today. In the future, I will have nothing to do with the Purple Sky sect. If anyone from the Heavy Sword sect comes, you can tell them that I was the one who killed them. Ling Xiao indifferently said, then landed in Muan's direction. Yin Mingqi, who was not far away, felt her heart tremble. Ling Xiao actually ignored her, not even sparing her a glance. She only felt as if the world was about to collapse. Yin Mingqi desperately chased after Ling Xiao. Martial Uncle Muan, Mu Huai and I are going to leave. Will you come with us? Ling Xiao asked Muan. Muan immediately nodded. Of course, junior brother and I are like brothers. If he leaves the sect, why should I stay? All right, I'll ask Grand Master if he's willing to leave. Ling Xiao was very touched and nodded. Then he turned his face to Xiao Songlin and called out, Grand Master, we've already left the sect. Do you want to come with us? The people of the Purple Sky sect were stunned. They didn't expect Ling Xiao and Muan to really make such a decision. It seemed as if they really didn't have any reluctance to leave. Brother Xiao, don't be impulsive. The Scarlet Flame Peak's previous generation elder hurriedly advised Xiao Songlin. Xiao Songlin lightly nodded, then revealed a kind smile to Ling Xiao and said, You guys can go out and explore. I don't want to move my old bones. The person in front of him was his grand disciple. He was actually able to kill all the experts of the heavy sword sect by himself. This kind of pressure was something that even they, who had lived for hundreds of years, couldn't do. And his grand disciple was only 21 years old. With this ability and this kind of pressure, it was already certain that Ling Xiao would definitely shine in this continent in the future. This purple sky sect, this northwest region, could no longer trap him, a true dragon that shines brightly. But Xiao Songlin was different. He had taken root in the purple sky sect for hundreds of years. His feelings for this place was not something that Ling Xiao and the others could imagine. Moreover, all the people from the heavy sword sect had died here. Their purple sky sect could be destroyed at any time. How could he abandon it? Master, take care. Muan called out reluctantly, then knelt down in front of Xiao Songlin and kowtowed a few times. The people of the purple sky sect looked at Ling Xiao and the others who were about to leave. They felt very uncomfortable in their hearts, but no one dared to say anything to stop them. After all, they were the ones who first proposed the marriage with the heavy sword sect. Xiao, I won't let you go. Yin Mingqi pounced from behind and hugged Ling Xiao's waist. Ling Xiao's heart ached. He never thought that Yin Mingqi would betray him, but he heard it with his own ears, and his martial uncle confirmed it. Yin Mingqi had already agreed to marry the so-called young master of the heavy sword sect who was just killed by him. Once upon a time, the goddess in his heart had quietly been destroyed. Ling Xiao forcefully pushed Yin Mingqi's hand away. Miss Yin, please behave yourself. After saying that, he broke free from Yin Mingqi's embrace, walked over and carried Ji Beixin in his arms, and flew in the direction of the purple sky city. Muan looked at Yin Mingqi coldly, and also carried Mu Huai to catch up with Ling Xiao and disappeared into the sky. Yin Mingqi looked at the disappearing figure, and tears were already covering her delicate face. She used all her strength to shout, Xiao, why don't you believe me? Why don't you believe me? The voice kept reverberating in the air. In the next moment, Yin Mingqi's eyes darkened, and she directly fainted. Mengqi! Yin Xiong cried out in alarm and quickly flew over. All the people of the heavy sword sect who came to propose marriage were all killed. The young generation of the purple sky sect cheered in their hearts, and it was their idol who was killed by a single person, which made them feel even more refreshed. But they didn't know that they were about to face the craziest revenge of the heavy sword sect. The elders of the purple sky sect were all dejected, and none of them were in a good mood. They thought differently from the young people, and they had to consider the safety of the entire sect. Judging from the strength that Luo Batian had shown today, the heavy sword sect was far more terrifying than their purple sky sect. The two were not on the same level. What ability did they have to stop the crazy revenge of the heavy sword sect? In the purple sky sect's meeting hall, the elders of the purple sky sect sat down. After a while, Sect Master Yin Xiong walked out from the back door. His expression was extremely ugly, and he looked a bit older. He clearly hadn't recovered from what had just happened. Yin Xiong sat at the head of the table, and after a moment of silence he said, Elders, what should we do? All the elders sighed softly, not knowing how to answer. In the end, the Scarlet Fire Peak's previous generation elder said, Try to keep that child. With him here, the heavy sword sect won't be able to stir up any waves. Originally, with their status as grand elders, they shouldn't have appeared in the meeting hall, but this time it was a matter of life and death for the sect, so they couldn't just close it. Senior brother is right. That child's flood dragon is already at the peak of the 6th step. As long as he's here, the sect will have nothing to worry about. The one who spoke was the Jade Spring Pavilion's previous generation elder, the only female earthly emperor. AI, is there any use in saying this now? That child is a stubborn person. Since he has already left the sect, I'm afraid. The Golden Tree Peak's previous generation elder shook his head and sighed. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. If Elder Xiao comes forward, I think there's still a chance, the Jade Spring Pavilion's Wen Haiyan said. Yes, junior brother Mu listens to Elder Xiao the most. If Elder Xiao can bring junior brother Mu back, I think Elder Ling will also come back, the Golden Tree Peak's Su Jiannan agreed. The others also agreed with Wen Haiyan's words. Impossible, senior brother Xiao didn't leave, which is already worthy of the sect. How could he call his own disciple to come back and face this disaster with us? The Scarlet Flame Peak's previous generation elder waved his hand and interrupted their fantasies. Sitting at the head of the table, Yin Xiong didn't know what to say. At this time, he didn't know whether his previous decision was right or wrong. He agreed to the marriage with the Heavy Sword sect, mostly for the sake of the sect's interests, but also for his own private interests, so that both sides could achieve the goal of mutual benefit. However, he completely didn't think that things would develop to this point. Seeing Ling Zhao's strong return, he inexplicably felt bitter in his heart. If he could stick to his principles and refuse the Heavy Sword sect, then their Purple Sky sect would now have a high 6th rank sect guardian spirit beast, as well as a young expert who could grow infinitely, and a high-rank alchemist. Unfortunately, all of this was outside of his expectations, and also outside of his daughter's expectations. They couldn't help but sigh at Ling Zhao's luck. Not only was he trapped in the secret realm and didn't die, but he also obtained an opportunity that others would be unable to obtain in their lifetime. Why don't I personally ask them to come back? Yin Xiong had no choice but to face the cruel reality. If Ling Xiao could return to the sect, they would have a little capital to contend against the Heavy Sword sect. If Ling Xiao left the Purple Sky sect, then their Purple Sky sect would only have one result: destruction. Faced with such a choice, Yin Xiong felt that it was necessary for him to put down his identity and beg Mu Huai and Ling Xiao to come back. At the same time, he also hoped that his daughter could explain to Ling Xiao clearly, so that his daughter wouldn't live in pain for the rest of her life. Chapter 458. The vast Northwest was divided into a total of 36 territories, and the 3 largest and best territories were naturally controlled by the 3 rank 7 sections. The number 1 sect, the Light Star Hall, occupied the most territory, followed by the Charm sect, and then the Heavy Sword sect. The Heavy Sword sect governed a total of more than 100 cities, and the scale of each city was definitely much more imposing and prosperous than the Purple Sky sect's territory. As for the city directly under the Heavy Sword sect, it was known as the Heavy City. This was one of the top 3 major cities in the Northwest, so there was no need to mention its degree of prosperity. The Heavy Sword sect was built in a place densely packed with majestic mountains not far from the Heavy City. The trees here were tall, spirit grasses were common, hundreds of flowers were everywhere, spirit birds were flying, and waterfalls were hanging upside down. This scenery could definitely be called unique. The spiritual energy here was much denser than the Purple Sky sects, so the disciples cultivating here were naturally much faster than the disciples of the lower-ranked sections. On top of the Spirit Mountain, buildings rose from the ground, faintly exuding a simple, ethereal, and mysterious aura. In this Spirit Mountain, there were also many martial artists walking with giant swords on their backs, appearing very unique. In the most majestic pavilion on the Spirit Mountain sat 8 old men, who were already hundreds of years old. These old men all had their essence energy restrained, and their strength was unfathomable. If other martial artists were here, they would definitely discover that every one of them was actually an Earth Emperor stage powerhouse, and none of them had the strength of a low-level or mid-level Earth Emperor. As for the tall and thin old man sitting at the very top, he was impressively much stronger than the 8 people below him. He was actually an Empyrean-level super expert. In the Northwest, Empyreans were godlike existences. The Empyrean's eyes blossomed with a frightening fierceness, as if just looking at them would make one's entire body feel uncomfortable. He hoarsely said, "Tian'er is dead?" The Peak Earth Emperor to his right replied nervously, "Yes, Grand Elder." Hei Xian and Zorn, who accompanied the young master, have their jade tubes of life extinguished. Although he was a Peak Earth Emperor and could be considered a top figure, in front of this ancestor, he was just an ordinary commoner who had to be respectful to a great figure. The Celestial Master's eyes widened in an instant, and a strong murderous intent emanated from him, causing everyone present to hold their breaths. Tian, has the astral yellow lion by his side. In the Northwest, besides those old farts, who else can kill him? The Empyrean said with grief and indignation. The peak earthly sovereign who had spoken just now said, "This time, young master is going to the purple sky sect to choose a wife. There shouldn't be any accidents, but are you crazy? You actually let Tian personally propose marriage. He is a dignified young master. How could he lower his status? He could have just sent someone from the purple sky sect to send the woman over. Now that Tian is dead, who is going to take responsibility?" The old heavenly venerable interrupted the earthly emperor and said angrily. All the earthly sovereigns present trembled in fear, and none of them dared to utter a single word. "I don't care what method you use, you must find out who killed Tian. Also, this matter is definitely related to the purple sky sect. I don't care who it is, but if they dare to harm my Tian's life, I will exterminate their entire sect." The heavenly venerable old man stood up and said faintly. That terrifying killing intent and aura filled the entire hall. "Yes, Supreme Elder." The 8 earthly sovereigns immediately bowed and responded. The 8 of them left the hall, and the heavenly venerable old man shouted, "Where is Feng?" As soon as he finished speaking, another person immediately appeared in the hall. The man was wearing a mask, and his face could not be seen clearly. He knelt on one knee in front of the heavenly venerable old man and replied, "Feng is here. I order you to immediately rush to the purple sky sect and find out the truth. I don't believe that the purple sky sect has the ability to kill Tian and the others. If it is really the doing of those 2 sects, I will definitely not let them off." The heavenly venerable old man said angrily, then threw an item to the man and said, "Wear this pair of wind boots, it can double your speed. You must understand this matter." "Yes, master." The man's face revealed a happy expression and he caught the item. He responded and followed out of the hall. In the city directly under the purple sky sect, Ling Xiao carried Ji Beixin and rushed to the courtyard he bought in the purple sky city with Mu En and Mu Huai. Cruel Leopard and Xian Li walked out of the house. "Master, you're back." Xian Li called out happily. Cruel Leopard bowed slightly. "Is young master all right?" They could hear the sound waves of the battle in the purple sky sect, and Cruel Leopard could sense the aura of many experts over there. He didn't need to guess to know that there was a battle over there, but Ling Xiao hadn't called him over to help, so he could only wait here for the result. Muan looked at the 2 of them with some astonishment, and then cast a questioning look at Ling Xiao. "Martial uncle, I'll explain later. Help master in to heal first," Ling Xiao said to Mu En after putting Ji Beixin down. Mu En nodded, and under the lead of Cruel Leopard, he entered one of the rooms and let Mu Huai heal. Ling Xiao comforted Ji Beixin a few words, then entered Mu Huai's room, and took out 2 bottles of 10,000-year stone milk. "Martial uncle, this bottle is for you." Ling Xiao handed one of the bottles to Mu En, then took the other bottle and walked to the side of Mu En, who had fainted, and poured the 10,000-year stone milk into his mouth. Muan was still in a daze as he asked, "What is this?" Ling Xiao replied, 10,000-year stone milk. It can help martial uncle recleance his marrow and meridians. It's actually such a good thing." Muan cried out in joy. Muan had lived longer than Ling Xiao, so his knowledge was naturally not too bad. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a good thing, which made him extremely happy. With it, his body could be recleansed, and he would be able to walk even further in the future. How could he not be happy? "Martial uncle, take it now, lest a long night brings many dreams," Ling Xiao reminded, then sat down cross-legged to help Mu Huai speed up the refining of the 10,000-year stone milk. Muan was also an impatient person, so he immediately sat down and drank the 10,000-year stone milk. Muan drank the 10,000-year stone milk, and a pure and vast energy instantly flowed into him. At the same time, there was also a chill that flowed through his body. Muan was already a high-stage king, so he naturally wouldn't be easily frozen by this chill. He immediately calmed his mind and absorbed this pure energy. Half a day later, Muan walked out of the house with great joy. Ling Xiao and Mu Huai also walked out. Mu Huai's state of being on the verge of death had been swept away, and his essence had become even more refined. Now that Mu En and Mu Huai had been recleansed by the 10,000-year stone milk, they both felt as if they had been reborn. Moreover, the spiritual energy within their bodies had already reached the peak of the king stage. As long as they had a further understanding of spiritual energy, stepping into the Earth Emperor stage was only a matter of time. Xian Li, come here. Ling Xiao beckoned to Xian Li. Xian Li quickly came to Ling Xiao's side and said respectfully, Master. When Xian Li called Ling Xiao master, Mu Huai's expression stiffened, and then his gaze fell on Xian Li. He sized up this grand disciple of his who was able to catch his disciple's eye. However, when he saw that Xian Li was actually an ordinary person who had never cultivated Xian energy, his expression didn't look too good. After all, Xian Li was already 16 years old, and he hadn't cultivated at this age. It was obvious that he had passed the best time to build a foundation, and this was what Mu Huai was dissatisfied with. Ling Xiao smiled and introduced, Xian Li, this is great master and great martial uncle. Xian Li's body trembled slightly, and he immediately bowed to the two elders to greet them. Mu Huai frowned slightly and looked at Ling Xiao. Xiao, or where did you get this disciple? He doesn't seem to have cultivated. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Master, Xian Li is the precious grand disciple that your disciple went through untold hardships to find for you. Mu Huai said unhappily, What precious disciple? Are you trying to anger your master? Master, listen to me. Xian Li has a pure wood attribute physique. Ling Xiao immediately explained. What physique is not important, Mu Huai replied uninterestedly, and then his expression changed. You said he has a pure wood attribute physique? Absolutely, he has a pure wood attribute physique, but it turned out that he was born with a useless physique. I was the one who reconstructed and unblocked his meridians. Although he started a little late with his physique, he should still be able to make it, Ling Xiao said. At this time, Mu Huai looked at Xian Li with a gentle gaze, and he was extremely satisfied. Good, haha, I didn't expect that in my lifetime. I would actually accept a pure wood attribute disciple, and also a pure wood attribute grand disciple. This time, Mu Huai's face is also shining. Mu Huai said very happily. Mu En, who was at the side, revealed an envious expression and said, Junior brother, why don't you give this grand disciple to me? I will definitely teach him well. Mu Huai immediately protected Xian Li behind him and said, I appreciate senior brother's good intentions, but this child has already taken Xiao, as his master, so he is already my grand disciple. How can I just give him up? Mu En also knew that Mu Huai would not give up, so he could only laugh dryly and not say anything more. Ling Xiao said from the side, Martial uncle, he is my master's grand disciple, so naturally he is also your grand disciple. There is no difference. That's right, I like hearing Xiao's words. I am his martial uncle, haha. Mu En said happily. Right, this is. Mu Huai glanced at the savage leopard and carefully asked Ling Xiao. He could not sense the depth of the savage leopard's strength, but the savage leopard gave him a strong sense of oppression just by standing there. Even his master Xiao Songlin could not make him feel this way. He was sure that the strength of the person in front of him was definitely not lower than his master's. Ling Xiao replied, He is one of my followers. Now this disciple is already a 5th grade alchemist. What, you are already a 5th grade alchemist? Mu Huai and Mu En exclaimed at the same time. This was also the first time Xian Li had heard Ling Xiao reveal his identity, and his eyes were filled with stars. Yes, so master, martial uncle, you don't have to worry about leaving the sect without resources to cultivate. With this disciple's current strength and identity, I dare not say that I can move unhindered across the continent, but it is not difficult to get some good things in this northwest region, Ling Xiao said with a very confident expression. Mu Huai and Mu En naturally believed in Ling Xiao's words. There were less than 5 5th grade alchemists in the northwest, and they could casually refine a few 4th grade or 5th grade medicinal pills that could be auctioned for high grade. With wealth, it would be much more convenient to buy any cultivation resources. Chapter 459. Master, martial uncle, let's adjust ourselves and leave this place as soon as possible. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Purple Heaven sect, his eyes flashing with an undetectable pain. Seng Ji's goal and wish were no longer there, and he no longer had any reluctance to leave this place. Mu Huai and Mu En both sighed. They were also in a bad mood. They had quite a deep relationship with the Purple Heaven sect. Now that they had to leave just like that, they naturally couldn't bear to part with it. However, it had already become a reality, and they could only look on and sigh. At night, Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin began to talk in private. Ling Xiao stood in front of the window and raised his head to look at the vast starry sky. His expression was indescribably lonely. Ji Beixin wrapped her arms around Ling Xiao's waist from behind and buried her face in Ling Xiao's back. She said faintly, "Xiao, I miss you so much." It had been a long time since she had seen Ling Xiao, and she had almost been forcefully captured by him as a maid. This made Ji Beixin's longing for Ling Xiao grow stronger and stronger. Now that she was hugging his strong waist, her heart felt especially at ease. Ling Xiao turned around and caressed Ji Beixin's beautiful hair. Smelling her refreshing body fragrance, he said lightly, "Exiner, I missed you too." After saying that, he hugged Ji Beixin tightly in his arms. Ling Xiao admitted that he was a playboy, but the woman he loved the most in his heart was still Yin Mingqi. The position of his wife had always been reserved for her, and Yin Mingqi was the first woman who had made him fall in love at first sight. However, the woman he loved the most had betrayed him. His heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife. Ji Beixin could feel Ling Xiao's strange emotions. As she hugged him, she said gently, "I know you feel bad, but you still have me. In this life, I will only recognize you." Ling Xiao took a light breath and expelled the image of Yin Mingqi from his mind. Then he held Ji Beixin's face and said with a smile, "I'm fine. I'm already very satisfied with such a beautiful wife like you." After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Ji Beixin's jade lips. Their longing was ignited at this moment. The dry firewood and the raging fire burned fiercely. The rippling spring water intertwined with each other. How shy she looked under the night sky. After a while, the two of them fell asleep in each other's arms, satisfied. When they woke up the next day, Ji Beixin's smooth body was on top of Ling Xiao, and she was writhing crazily again. Just like last night, the two of them entered the state of oblivion. The innate Yin Wind baleful qi kept circulating in their bodies, and their auras were faintly growing stronger. This was especially true for Ji Beixin. She had unknowingly reached the middle stage spirit master level. If someone was here, their jaw would definitely drop. To think that doing that thing could actually allow one to advance. This world was too crazy. Ling Xiao was not surprised by this, because he already knew that this would be the result. With Ling Xiao's current senses, he could already sense that the absolute seal in Ji Beixin's body contained a strong power. And this power was unsealed by his innate Yin Wind baleful qi. That energy was also gradually absorbed and used by Ji Beixin. Therefore, it was not surprising that she could reach the middle stage spirit master level in a short period of time. After Ji Beixin was satisfied, her delicate face was like a flower in the early morning, making her look even more beautiful. She shyly buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said softly, "Xiao, I don't want to be separated from Grandpa." Ji2 had been injured by Luo Batian, and was still recuperating in the Wooden Flag Peak. Ji Beixin and Ji2 had relied on each other since they were young. They had no other relatives, so the one she was most reluctant to part with was naturally Ji2's day. Ling Xiao replied, "Don't worry, I will bring Grandpa Ji with me. No matter where you go, I will follow you. I just want to stay by your side and serve you," Ji Beixin said emotionally. "Don't worry, with such a beautiful wife like you, I can't bear to let you leave either. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning." Ling Xiao was in a much better mood and joked. Is I really that beautiful?" Ji Beixin asked sweetly in her heart. "Unless you're blind, anyone would think that you're one of the most beautiful women in the world," Ling Xiao said to please Ji Beixin. The two chatted for a while more before walking out of the house. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Li in the courtyard with a bit of astonishment. He found that he was in a horse stance with water in his hand, and his face was covered in sweat. On the other side, Mu Huai and Mu En were staring at him with smiles. "Master, this is?" Ling Xiao asked Mu Huai. Mu Huai smiled and said, "Training is a process of accumulating day and night. Master will first train Lier's body so that he can advance as soon as possible." After hearing this, Ling Xiao was speechless. He had been busy with matters on the road, but he had neglected to teach Xian Li. In his heart, he scolded himself for being a failure of a master. Now that his master was here, it would be hard for Xian Li not to cultivate. 3 things appeared in Ling Xiao's hands. As soon as the thing appeared, Mu Huai and Muan's eyes were immediately filled with surprise and joy. This is a spirit weapon. Such a strong wood attribute, Mu Huai said as he rubbed his hands. Muan also swallowed his saliva and said, "There's definitely no mistake. Moreover, I feel that it seems to be of a higher grade than Master's green spirit sword." "Master, martial uncle, this is the green dragon moon slaying sword and the heavenly dragon shield." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and then handed the 2 spirit weapons he obtained from the secret realm to the 2 old men. Mu Huai and Muan took the 2 items and touched them with their hands without hesitation. Both of them were of the wood attribute, so of course, they were very interested in wood attribute spirit weapons. Moreover, this kind of spirit weapon above the 7th rank was difficult to find even in the Northwest. Now there were 2 of them in front of them. How could they not be excited? "Master, martial uncle, I'll give these 2 spirit weapons to you. As for how to divide them, you can decide," Ling Xiao said very casually. Mu Huai and Mu En looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. They obviously did not expect Ling Xiao to give them these 2 high-grade spirit weapons. It should be known that once these 2 spirit weapons were known, even celestial master powerhouses would fight for them at all costs. However, Ling Xiao was actually so generous to them, which really made them feel satisfied. With such a disciple, what was there to be dissatisfied about? However, Mu Huai and Muan were not greedy for these 2 spirit treasures. Mu Huai returned the sword and shield to Ling Xiao and said, "Shower, you have this kind of heart. Your martial uncle and I are very happy, but they can be used more if they stay by your side." Muan also agreed. "Yes, with them by your side, you will be a little more secure when you travel the continent in the future. Your master and I don't need them." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and a warm current surged in his heart. What a good master and martial uncle. If it was someone else, they would not care whether they were their own disciple or not. These were spirit treasures that even celestial masters would fight for. Of course, they would want to take them for themselves, but they returned them to him. Ling Xiao's respect for these 2 old men increased a little, and in his heart he already regarded them as the closest people. "Master, martial uncle, please accept them. You also know that I cultivate the 5 elements at the same time. The wood element is not my main attack attribute, so it is not very useful to me. Besides, I still have spirit weapons, so you don't have to worry about me." Ling Xiao handed the spirit weapons back to them and said, "These are the 6 cornerstone spirit treasures that I obtained from the secret realm. They are called the Green Dragon Moon Slaying Sword and the Heavenly Dragon Shield. In addition, they are also equipped with a set of high-grade sword techniques. I will pass the sword techniques to you later, and in the future, I will trouble you to help me teach Lear well." Ling Xiao also had a good idea. He himself wanted to continue to become stronger, so he might not have much time to teach Xian Li, so he could only ask these 2 old men. He believed that they would also be very happy to see their disciple diligently cultivate and achieve success early on. In fact, this was just an excuse that Ling Xiao found for himself to be free and unfettered. Understanding Ling Xiao's meaning, Mu Huai and Mu En no longer refused and accepted the 2 spirit treasures. However, Mu Huai first stated, "When Lear can take charge of an area in the future, we will pass these 2 spirit weapons to him. It can be considered as our sect's heirloom." Ling Xiao did not care about this. Anyway, it was still early. Maybe in the future, he would be able to get better spirit weapons or sacred weapons. At that time, he was afraid that they would not feel that these 2 spirit weapons were so precious. Subsequently, Ling Xiao passed the moon beheading art to Mu Huai and Mu En. When the 2 of them felt the terrifying power of the moon beheading art, they were both extremely happy. The moon beheading art was a purple rank Xian skill. No matter where it was, it would cause a reign of terror. After Mu Huai memorized the moon beheading art, he said to Ling Xiao seriously, "Shower, in the future, when you travel the continent, you must not casually tell such a precious thing to others. Otherwise, I am afraid that it will bring about a fatal disaster." Ling Xiao understood Mu Huai's meaning and nodded obediently. On this side of the earth, the strong were as numerous as the forest. He was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible in the world. In a situation as a last resort, he would never expose all his trump cards. Mu Huai and Muan entered the house to comprehend the moon beheading art. Ling Xiao was supervising Xian Li, who was galloping on the horse. When he saw that the wooden buckets in Xian Li's hands were only half full, he frowned and then filled both buckets with water. In this way, Xian Li, who was running on the horse, began to sway. Keep it like this for 4 hours. If water overflows, keep it for another 4 hours, Ling Xiao said with a straight face. Xian Li complained in his heart, but he still nodded and replied, "Yes, master." Ling Xiao knew that Xian Li's willpower was strong, but he had started too late, so he had to be strict, lest he learn his attributes and become arrogant and lax. "Let me tell you a story," Ling Xiao looked at Xian Li and said, then recalled. In the past, there was a boy who cultivated Tenbin and was very outstanding. At the age of 15, he was already at the Mystic Knight level. However, he was seriously injured by someone and his meridians were broken, turning him into a cripple. However, the boy was unwilling to be at the mercy of fate, and continued to cultivate every day. However, after 2 years, he had been doing useless work. His meridians had been destroyed and he could not cultivate martial arts, and he did not have high-grade medicinal pills. However, his unyielding spirit made him blessed by heaven. At the age of 17, he obtained a chance to cultivate again. In just a few years, not only did he become a middle-stage king stage, he was also an unknown 5th-grade alchemist. Xian Li listened carefully to every word of his master, and his inferiority complex gradually became confident. He secretly made up his mind. One day, I can also be as outstanding as that boy. No, I want to be stronger than him. Xian Li did not know that the boy was now in front of him. Chapter 460. Before Ling Xiao and the others had even left the Purple Sky City, more than a dozen guests had already arrived. The newcomers were the Purple Sky sect master Yun Xiong, as well as the Peak Lord Su Jianan, Zhao Mingyuan, Wen Haiyan and Nangong Chengle. Among these people, G2 was also among them. Ling Xiao was still within the Purple Sky sect's territory, and they did not deliberately hide their auras, so it was naturally much easier for Yun Xiong to find them. Seeing the newcomers, Ling Xiao's expression immediately turned cold. Savage Leopard felt Ling Xiao's displeasure and immediately blocked Yun Xiong and the others. "Whoever dares to take half a step forward will die." Savage Leopard's voice was like the voice of a malicious ghost from the 9 Serenities, causing the people of the Purple Sky sect to feel a sense of fear. A terrifying killing intent seemed to have turned into a sharp blade on their necks, causing them to not dare to take half a step forward. A common thought emerged in their minds. This person is definitely a monarch stage expert, and not an ordinary Earth Emperor. They had seen all kinds of terrifying battle cards of Ling Xiao, and they all felt that it might have been the full display of Ling Xiao's strength. But now in this small courtyard, there was actually an Earth Emperor, which made them feel even more awe towards Ling Xiao. That's right, it was awe towards Ling Xiao. Ever since Ling Xiao's identity as a 4th-grade alchemist was announced, they had treated Ling Xiao as a person of such status. Previously, Ling Xiao's battle in the Purple Sky sect had caused them to completely change their view of Ling Xiao. He had actually killed everyone from the Heavy Sword sect, including 2 Earth Emperors and a terrifying mid-stage 6th-grade spirit beast, all by himself. These scenes were still clearly remembered in their hearts. Ling Xiao's ability had already surpassed all of them, surpassed all of the people of the Purple Sky sect. Ling Xiao had reached such a terrifying level at such a young age. How could they not revere Ling Xiao? Elder Ling G2, who was behind the crowd, walked out. His expression was rather pale, and it seemed that he had been heavily injured and had yet to recover. "You ignored my words. Die." Savage Leopard's cold voice rang out. He was about to attack. "Wait." Ling Xiao stopped him in time, and then took 2 steps forward. "Grandpa Ji, you're here. I wanted to go look for you today, but I didn't expect you to come first. You can leave with us." When the people of the Purple Sky sect heard Ling Xiao's words, They all revealed complicated expressions. Jitu was very happy with Ling Zhao's respect. He asked, "Is Xaner all right?" Coincidentally, Ji Beixin heard her grandfather's words and rushed out of the house. "Grandpa, I'm fine." "All right, as long as you're fine," Jitu said excitedly as he grabbed Ji Beixin's hand. He had thought that his granddaughter would definitely be humiliated. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would always appear at the critical moment to save her. It seemed that his granddaughter was destined to be Ling Zhao's woman. At this time, Mu Huai and Mu En also walked out of the house. However, the expressions of the two of them were slightly unnatural. When Yun Xiong saw Mu Huai and Mu En, he immediately called out, "Senior brother Mu, can we talk?" Before Mu Huai and Mu En could say anything, Ling Xiao answered for them. "My master and martial uncle have nothing to talk about with you. You can leave." Ling Xiao knew his master and martial uncle's feelings for the sect. Now that Yun Xiong had condescended to persuade them, maybe they would return to the sect. Ling Xiao didn't want them to return to that heartless sect. He was already extremely disappointed with that place. The people of the Heavy Sword sect killed Luo Meiying in the secret realm, which was a thorn in Ling Zhao's heart. He and the Heavy Sword sect were sworn enemies, not to mention that he was trapped in the secret realm because of the Heavy Sword sect. He believed that everyone in the sect knew about this. However, these sect elders were willing to let go of their hatred and respect for the sake of their so-called benefits. This was something that Ling Xiao couldn't tolerate. A person's life was gone, but he couldn't lose face, dignity, or hatred. This was Ling Zhao's principle of doing things. If it was an ordinary person or an ordinary disciple scolding Yun Xiong like this, the people of the Purple Sky sect would definitely make him bleed on the spot. Unfortunately, this person was Ling Xiao. They couldn't move, and they didn't dare to move. They could only swallow their anger in their hearts. Yun Xiong frowned slightly and said, "Elder Ling, I know you are angry. You can vent this anger on me, but you can't vent all of your responsibility on the sect. For the lives of thousands of people in the sect, I am now asking you to return to the sect in the name of the sect master. There's no need to say any more. Don't you want to marry the Heavy Sword sect? There are so many people in the Heavy Sword sect, so it's easy to find another marriage partner. If they want to take revenge, you can just tell them that I did it. I, Ling Xiao, have never been a person who is afraid of things," Ling Xiao said very firmly. Ling Zhao's words were so heartless that the expressions of the Purple Sky sect's elders became even more unsightly. At this time, when Haiyan of the Jade Spring Pavilion walked out and said, "Elder Ling, why are you so heartless? No matter what, you are still a part of the Purple Sky sect. There's no need to say anything more, Elder One. There's no room for discussion. I will definitely make the Heavy Sword sect pay in blood for killing Meiying." Ling Zhao's body was emitting a dense killing intent. The scene of Luo Meiying's death was something Ling Xiao would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although the main culprit, Luo Baxing, had died by his hands, that didn't mean the hatred was over. He swore to uproot the Heavy Sword sect to vent his hatred. "Elder Ling, you can't be so ungrateful. If it wasn't for the sect, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to participate in the sect oath assembly, and you wouldn't have obtained such a shocking opportunity. Now that you've caused such a disaster, you can't just leave like that." The one who spoke was Su Jiannan of Golden Tree Peak. Previously, he was the one who was most supportive of the marriage because he didn't want Yun Mingqi to remain in the Purple Sky sect. Everyone knew that his son Su Yi liked Yun Mingqi, but Yun Mingqi didn't like his son. Later on, his son had fought with Ling Xiao over Yun Mingqi, and had been heavily injured by Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't angry at his son for not living up to expectations, he was still dissatisfied with Yun Mingqi and Ling Xiao. Ever since his son had been defeated, he had become dispirited, and his strength hadn't improved in the slightest in half a year. That was why he strongly supported Yun Mingqi marrying into the Heavy Sword sect. First, it would benefit the sect, and second, it might be able to untie the knot in his son's heart. Now that Ling Xiao had killed everyone from the Heavy Sword sect, and Ling Xiao was about to leave, the Heavy Sword sect would definitely massacre the Purple Sky sect. Everyone was anxious, and Su Jiannan was no exception. He had always felt that the reason Ling Zhao's strength could advance so quickly and he also had that powerful blue flood dragon, was because he had obtained it in the secret territory. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a powerful strength? In his heart, a strong jealousy arose. He felt that all of Ling Xiao's achievements should have belonged to his son. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's appearance, his son would have become the leader of the Purple Sky Sect's elites, and lead the younger generation to the secret territory. That heavenly opportunity would have definitely fallen on his son, and as a father he would have felt proud and arrogant. Therefore, he didn't have the slightest favorable impression of Ling Xiao, and only felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao cast a sharp gaze at Su Jiannan, and faintly said, "That's right, the sect gave me the opportunity to go to the secret territory, but without me, the disciples of the other peaks would have already died. If you can't, you can ask them. In other words, I'm trapped in the secret territory, unable to come out. Don't you think this is a heavenly opportunity? Moreover, do you think that all of my strength came from the secret territory? How laughable." Speaking up to here, he disdainfully looked at Su Jiannan, and then continued, "I originally returned to the sect with a happy heart, but you wanted to marry our enemy, and even watched as my master was killed by them. You still have the face to question me, if it wasn't for our past friendship, humph." Ling Xiao was very angry at Su Jiannan's words. What ungrateful. Fuck, this was simply taking off his pants to fart. In the face of an enemy, he became servile, and even wanted to send his woman. Now he was talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Su Jiannan didn't expect Ling Xiao to reprimand him like this, and moreover in front of so many people. This was simply a slap to his face, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Su Jiannan clenched his fists, and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong didn't want to be entangled any longer, so he called out to Mu Huai and Mu En. He knew that Ling Xiao was young and impetuous, and it would be difficult for him to listen to their advice, so he could only start with Mu Huai and Mu En. This time, before Ling Xiao could speak, Mu Huai sighed and replied, "Xiao, I'll go talk to them." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse. However, he still couldn't help but remind, "Master, don't be bewitched by them." "Stinking brat, I know what I'm doing." Mu Huai lightly patted the back of Ling Xiao's head. Seeing his disciple being so strong, he was very happy in his heart. At this moment he was above the peaks of the sect. "Yin. Sect master, elders, please come inside," Mu Huai said to Yin Xiong and the others. When the people of the Purple Sky sect heard Mu Huai's way of addressing them, they all felt bitter in their hearts. They had always been brothers who were as close as brothers. But now, there was a thick layer of estrangement, as if they had met a stranger. The friendship from before no longer existed. Savage Leopard stepped aside, allowing the people of the Purple Sky sect to enter the hall in the courtyard. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to them. He sat on a stone bench outside the courtyard, his face full of displeasure. At this time, Ji2 and Ji Beixin walked over. Ling Xiao stood up again, took out a 4th-grade healing pill, and handed it over. "Grandpa Ji, take it." Of course Ji2 would not refuse, and immediately took it. "Xiao, do you really want to leave the sect?" Ji2 asked Ling Xiao as an elder. Ling Xiao nodded firmly. "That's right, it's better not to leave this kind of sect." Ji2 sighed. "I won't persuade you. I just hope that you can take good care of Xian. I've been in the sect for almost 100 years, so I won't run around with you young people." Chapter 461. Ji2 was born and raised in Purple Heaven City. He joined Purple Heaven sect at the age of 21. It had been decades. He had been the city lord of Purple Heaven City for nearly 20 years. He had a strong sense of belonging to Purple Heaven sect. This was his hometown. He could not bear to leave here when his hometown was in danger. He and Ling Xiao said that completely from the bottom of their hearts, not to let Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin stay. Ji Beixin was his granddaughter. Even if he died, he would never let his granddaughter be hurt. He knew that only Ling Xiao could protect his granddaughter and live a safe life. He had already lost his son, so he naturally did not want to see anything happen to his granddaughter. "Grandpa, come with us. I will serve you well for the rest of my life, Ji Beixin said before Ling Xiao could speak. Previously, when she was disabled for 17 years, it was her grandfather who brought her up. Ji too was her closest person, so how could she be willing to part with him? Silly child, a girl will get married one day. In the future, follow Xiao cultivate well, become stronger as soon as possible, and have the ability to protect yourself. You don't need Xiao to worry about you. Ji Tu patted the back of Ji Beixin's hand kindly and said, Grandpa Ji, don't worry. With me here no one can hurt Xian. Ling Xiao promised solemnly. He knew that it was useless to persuade Ji Tuesday. He could more or less feel the old man's thoughts. At the same time, he also realized that it might not be the right time for him to leave. Although he left Purple Heaven sect, there were still some people he cared about, such as Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan, Hua Xiaogui. Ling Xiao decided to ask them if they were willing to leave with him before he left. If they were willing, it would be best. If they were unwilling, he would naturally not force them. No matter what they chose, Ling Xiao would never let anyone hurt them. In the house, all the elders of Purple Heaven sect went in together. If the martial artists in Purple Heaven City saw this situation, they would be shocked. How could the higher-ups of Purple Heaven sect all live in such a simple house? Senior brothers, is there really no way to turn this around? Yin Xiong asked Mu Huai and Mu En. He did not put on the airs of a sect master. It could be seen that he had put down his pride and sincerely wanted them to return. As long as Mu Huai and Mu En didn't leave the sect, everything would be easy. Mu Huai and Mu En kept saying that they wanted to leave the Purple Heaven sect, but when they were really faced with a choice, it was difficult for them to speak. Previously, they couldn't take it lying down because of Ling Zhao's matter. Moreover, Yin Xiong and the others insisted on a marriage alliance with the Chongjian sect, which made them disappointed in the sect. Even so, they had been in the sect for more than 100 years, and it was hard for them to cut off their relationship. Zhao Mingyuan of Red Flame Mountain advised, Two senior brothers, now that the sovereign has lowered himself to invite you, I think you should just come back. Could it be that you are willing to part with us old fellows? Are you willing to abandon those kids from Wooden Flag Peak? When Haiyan of the Blue Spring Pavilion also said, Yes, senior brothers, don't you care about your junior sister? I remember that you guys doted on me the most back then. When Haiyan was also playing the emotional card. She wasn't showing off, but she also had a deep brotherly relationship with Mu Huai and Mu En. Mu Huai glanced at Wen Haiyan and sighed heavily. I also don't want to leave the sect, it's just that senior brother and I are too disappointed. If Xiao didn't come back in time this time, I'm afraid I would have gone to see the King of Hell, and Xian, would have been ruined by Luo Batian. What's the point of me going back? Yin Xiong heard Mu Huai's soft tone, and felt that there was hope in his heart. He immediately said with more strength, This is all my fault, I am the sinner of the sect. As long as senior brother Mu is willing to return to the sect, I am willing to withdraw from the position of sovereign. Sovereign, you can't. At this time, the elder behind Yin Xiong immediately said anxiously, Sect master, why do you have to be like this? Even without us, the sect won't have any problems. In any case, it was Xiao who killed them. You can just explain this matter to them. If we return to the sect, it will cause the sect to be exterminated. You have to think about it carefully, said Muonyo unhappily. His words were tactful, but everyone could tell that he still had a lot of anger in his heart. However, what Muan said was the truth. Now that they had returned to the sect, they would be sitting on the fact that they were enemies with the Heavy Sword sect. Could their Purple Sky sect defend the Heavy Sword sect? For a moment, the elders of the Purple Sky sect hesitated again. On the other hand, when Haiyan was decisive and said, Even if we tell the Heavy Sword sect the truth, they may not be willing to believe it. It is better for us to advance and retreat together with Ling Xiao, so we can still have a chance to protect the sect. The others thought about it, and also felt that what Wen Haiyan said made sense. Zhao Mingyuan was the first to agree. Junior sister Wen is right. This time, no matter who is right or wrong, we can't reconcile with the Heavy Sword sect. It is better to break the cauldrons and sink the boats. The others also echoed in agreement. In the end, Yin Xiong said, That's right. This time, all of us will advance and retreat together. Even if we die, we will not let the heavy sword sect have an easy time, so the two senior brothers do not need to worry that we will compromise with the heavy sword sect again. After Yin Xiong made his stance, Mu Huai and Mu En both fell into deep thought, and the others revealed a slightly perturbed expression. In fact, whether the two of them returned to the sect or not was secondary. The main thing was that after the two of them returned, Ling Xiao would naturally belong to their Purple Sky sect. Then Ling Xiao would naturally protect the lives of thousands of people in the Purple Sky sect. They all knew that only Ling Xiao and the Blue Dragon could suppress the Heavy Sword sect, so that they would not dare to act recklessly. This was the real reason why they came to ask Mu Huai and Mu En to return to the sect. After a long time, Mu Huai let out a light breath and said, "We can return to the sect." At this point, everyone let out a sigh of relief. "However, I have a condition," Mu Huai said. "What condition?" "As long as the sect can do it, we will do it. Even if you want to sit in our sect, I can give up my position," Yin Xiong said very straightforwardly. Mu Huai waved his hand and said, "Sect master is too serious, please listen to me first." He paused for a moment and then said, "My condition is that Ling Xiao no longer belongs to the Purple Sky sect. If you can agree to this, I will return with senior brother." After hearing Mu Huai's words, everyone's expression changed. Su Jiannan said from the side, "Do you two not have any feelings for the sect? If Ling Xiao does not return, how can we fight against the Heavy Sword sect? Do you want the sect to be destroyed? Are you willing to be the sinner of the sect?" Before Mu Huai could speak, Mu En met Su Jiannan's eyes and said, "Senior brother Su, you are wrong. We are willing to return to the sect and fight with everyone. Even if we die, we are not afraid. But whether Xiao Er returns or not is his business. Is our return not important at all? You only care about Xiao Er's strength." Mu En could understand Mu Huai's thoughts. He simply wanted Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. After all, the true strength of the Heavy Sword sect was not something that Ling Xiao could handle alone. As a master, which disciple did not want their disciple to live well? This was Mu Huai's painstaking effort as a master. If Ling Xiao does not return to the sect, all of us will die. Have you considered the consequences? Su Jiannan was still angry. You reap what you sow. Don't push all the responsibility on Xiao Er. He does not need to die. Mu En and Su Jiannan took the blame. Enough, stop arguing, Yin Xiong shouted. He then waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "You all leave. I want to talk to senior brother Mu alone." As soon as Yin Xiong finished speaking, everyone left the room. Mu Huai glanced at Mu En. Mu En hesitated for a moment, but still walked out of the room. "Senior brother, I beg you this time. Without Ling Xiao, the sect will definitely be destroyed. For the sake of the lives of thousands of disciples, please let him stay," Yin Xiong said emotionally. At the same time, he wanted to kneel down to Mu Huai. He was able to put down all his face because he knew that this time, the Heavy Sword sect would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. If Ling Xiao did not hold the fort, as he said, the Purple Sky sect would be destroyed in a day. Then he, the sect master, would be the real sinner. Mu Huai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He supported Yin Xiong and said with some pity in his old eyes, "Sect master, you are flattering me. But you should know that even if Xiao Er agrees to return to the sect with me, he will definitely not stay here. You should know this the best. He is a stubborn child." Yin Xiong replied, "Yes, he is a stubborn child. Isn't Mengqi the same?" Mu Huai heard this and frowned slightly. Of course, Yin Xiong saw it and immediately sighed. "Maybe you don't know, but Yin Meng agreed to marry Luo Batian in order to avenge Ling Xiao." "What?" Mu Huai showed a shocked and puzzled expression. No one knows a daughter better than her father. After Mengqi returned from the Thousand Beast City, she went into seclusion and quickly broke through to the middle stage king stage. She trained so hard because she wanted to avenge Ling Xiao as soon as possible. At the same time, she also hoped to rescue Ling Xiao from the secret realm. But cultivation is not a day's work. If she wants to have the strength to eradicate the Heavy Sword sect, she doesn't know how long it will take. So when the heavy sword sect came to propose marriage, she agreed without thinking. Her purpose was to marry into the heavy sword sect, and then use her position as the future sect master's wife to find a way to destroy the heavy sword sect, Yin Xiong explained. Mu Huai didn't expect Yin Mengqi to have such difficulties, and the decision in his heart was a little shaken. However, he was still puzzled and asked, then why didn't she make it clear earlier? She's very stubborn. She was afraid that if she said it out loud, no one would agree with her, so she could only endure it. When Ling Xiao came back, she went to his side. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't listen to her explanation. When you left, she fainted. Even now, she still hasn't woken up. Poor child. Yin Xiong sighed, his expression indescribably lonely. After listening to Yin Xiong's explanation, Mu Huai fell into a dilemma, whether to let Ling Xiao return to the sect or not. It was really difficult for him to make a decision. At this time, outside the courtyard, another unexpected person came. After seeing this person, Ling Xiao was greatly surprised. Chapter 462. A skinny young man wearing an alchemist's robe appeared in front of the courtyard Ling Xiao had bought. This young man wasn't tall, and his appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but he had a delicate and pretty appearance. His bashful appearance made him look simple and honest. He sneakily looked around Ling Xiao's courtyard. When he saw the elders of the Purple Sky sect, he shrunk his head and wanted to slip away. Xiaogui, why are you here? Nangong Chengal immediately saw his disciple who wanted to slip away. The person who had come was the disciple of Medicine Peak, Hua Xiaogui, who was also Nangong Chengal's adopted grandson. After not seeing him for half a year, Hua Xiaogui was already a low-rank spirit master. However, his steps weren't very solid, which showed that his strength was accumulated through the accumulation of medicinal pills. If he were to truly fight against other low-rank spirit masters, he would probably not be their match. Hua Xiaogui could only brace himself and walk out. He greeted Nangong Chengal and the elders, then scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I'm here to look for boss. Looking for boss? Everyone looked at Hua Xiaogui in confusion. They didn't understand who the boss Hua Xiaogui was talking about was. On the other hand, Nangong Chengal had already vaguely guessed who it was. Little turtle. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw Hua Xiaogui. He immediately cried out in surprise. Boss. Hua Xiaogui replied excitedly when he saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of Hua Xiaogui, and Hua Xiaogui took the initiative to pounce towards Ling Xiao. The two of them gave each other a fierce bear hug. You bastard, scram. This young master isn't interested in men. Ling Xiao pushed Hua Xiaogui away and scolded him before lightly punching him in the chest. Hee boss, you know that I don't like men either. Hua Xiaogui replied with a hollow laugh. His heart felt warm as he sighed to himself. Boss is still the same boss, he hasn't changed at all. He had originally thought that Ling Xiao would distance himself from him due to the difference in strength, and that he wouldn't even recognize him as a little brother. Now it seemed that he had thought too much. The elders of the Purple Sky sect all looked at Nangong Chengal, only to see him turn his face away. Ling Xiao used to be a disciple of Medicine Peak, so they did not find it strange that he was familiar with Hua Xiaogui. They felt that Nangong Chengal should have received half of the glory from such an outstanding disciple. However, because of his wrong decision, he had to hand over this disciple to someone else. They felt pity for him. All right, now that you're a cleric master, have you reached level 3? Ling Xiao asked after recovering. At this point, Hua Xiaogui revealed an awkward expression and said, just a little bit more. Just a little bit more? Ling Xiao's expression became a little ugly, and he continued to scold. You pighead. You still dare to say that you're a genius alchemist? How long has it been, and you haven't even reached level 3? In the future, don't tell others that I'm your boss. I can't afford to lose this face. Of course, when he and Hua Xiaogui first came to the Purple Sky sect, when he bought this courtyard, Hua Xiaogui had also come and stayed here for a few days. At that time, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was already a level 3 alchemist, and often boasted in front of Ling Xiao about how good he was at concocting tenbin. Now when Ling Xiao scolded him, Hua Xiaogui did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he calmly accepted it and said, I also know that I'm useless. It's already been 3 years, and I'm still unable to become a level 3 alchemist. I'm afraid that little Snow. Back then, when he had just entered the Purple Sky sect, he had already taken a fancy to Wu Xixue, who was now in the Jade Spring Pavilion. Wu Xixue had told Hua Xiaogui that if he could reach level 3 within 3 years, she would agree to go out with him. At that time, he had confidently promised that he would definitely become a level 3 alchemist within 3 years. Now that the 3-year period was almost up, he was still only a level 2 alchemist. His heart was filled with anxiety and sorrow. He now finally understood why it was so difficult for every alchemist to advance. It was because in refining medicine, other than perseverance, one also needed to rely on tenbin and comprehension. He had always felt that his tenbin was not bad, but every time he refined a level 3 pill, he would always be unable to condense it into a pill at the critical moment. This made him extremely depressed. When Nangong Chengal, who was at the side, heard Ling Ji scolding Hua Xiaogui like that, his old face also felt hot to the point of pain. Wasn't Ling Xiao secretly scolding him for being incompetent in teaching? He cursed in his heart. Do you think that alchemists are as easy to advance as martial artists? Otherwise, I would have long since become a level 5 alchemist. Nangong Chengal had been a rank 4 alchemist for a long time, but he had been stuck at this rank 4 realm for many years. How could he not want to advance? However, he knew that an alchemist was different from a martial artist's cultivation. Every time an alchemist advanced to the next rank, he would have a chance only after going through a lot of tempering. Ling Xiao lightly patted his forehead and said, Brat, can you give yourself a little more confidence? I'm already at the level 5 realm now. No, I have to help you out, so that you won't embarrass me in the future. Boss, you're a level 5 alchemist? Hua Xiaogui cried out in shock, his eyes already filled with worship. At this time, the surrounding elders of the Purple Heaven sect all gathered their gazes over, their eyes filled with shock. Ling Xiao was so happy to see Hua Xiaogui that he forgot that there were other people here. However, he had already said it out loud, so he did not plan to hide it. In any case, he was also a guy who liked to show off. Don't you think about who your boss is? A mere level 5 alchemist is nothing. In the future, I will become a godly alchemist. Ling Xiao said rather carelessly, Boss, my dear boss, quickly teach me how to advance so quickly. Hua Xiaogui almost threw himself onto Ling Xiao's body and begged. Ever since he knew Ling Xiao, no matter if it was picking up girls, cultivating martial arts, or refining pills, he had always worshipped him like a river. Now that he heard Ling Xiao personally confirm that he was already a level 5 alchemist, he did not doubt that he was bragging at all. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Don't worry, we are brothers. I can't just watch you be a bachelor for the rest of your life. I will raise your alchemist rank right now, follow me. Ling Xiao said as he walked towards the small hill in the backyard. Hua Xiaogui followed him while trembling. For a moment, all the elders of the Purple Sky sect looked at Hua Xiaogui with envious eyes. They were all thinking that to be able to have such a brother, it was truly a blessing that they had cultivated for several lifetimes. Su Jiannan, who was at the side, asked Nangong Chengal, Senior brother Nangong, can someone help you raise the rank of an alchemist? Nangong Chengal shook his head and said, Perhaps he wants to impart some experience to Xiao Gui. As for whether or not he can comprehend it, it will depend on Xiao Gui's ability. He looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, and his heart was filled with an indescribable bitterness and self-deprecation. I didn't expect that not only did Elder Ling's strength increase, but his alchemy equipment has also reached the level 5 realm. In our northwest, it seems that only the 3 great sects have level 5 alchemists. Zhao Mingyuan sighed. When Haiyan also said, That's right, Elder Ling's talent is outstanding. I'm afraid that in the northwest, whether it is the younger generation or the older generation, they have all been thrown to the back of his head. If he can still return to the sect, in less than 100 years, we will definitely have the qualifications to become a level 7 sect. The others all agreed with what they said. If a sect had a level 5 alchemist overseeing it, it would be difficult for it not to grow stronger. When they thought of this, they all regretted their decision to support the marriage. After arriving at the small hill behind the courtyard, Ling Xiao found an excellent location and waited for Hua Xiaogui to walk over. Then, he laid down a restriction in the surroundings to prevent others from disturbing him. Boss, when we first entered the sect together, you are already a high and mighty king. It really makes me envious. Hua Xiaogui sighed as she looked at the restriction that Ling Xiao had casually laid down. What's there to be envious about? Once you reach the king level, you will discover that there are many earthly sovereigns above you. You will feel that the king level is only SOSO. Once you reach the earthly sovereign level, you will know that there are empyreans above the earthly sovereign level. You will no longer feel that earthly sovereigns are the strongest, so we must continue to work hard. There is no limit to martial arts, Ling Xiao replied. Hua Xiaogui spread out his hands and said, I will be satisfied if I can reach the king level and become a level 4 alchemist for the rest of my life. Earthly sovereign and empyrean have nothing to do with me. Hua Xiaogui knew that his cultivation in Tenbin was very ordinary, so he said this with a bit of self-mockery. Ling Xiao glared at him and said, You ungrateful fellow, if you want to reach the king level, I can help you right now. But don't even think about improving in this lifetime. Boss, can you really help me reach the king level now? Hua Xiaogui excitedly grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and asked. That's right. I'll give you 2 choices now. The first choice is that I can help you reach the king level in a short period of time, but you'll be stuck at the king level for the rest of your life. The second choice is that you continue to cultivate steadily and steadily. There will come a day when I can help you reach the Earth Sovereign level, or even the Empyrean level. Think about it carefully, said Ling Xiao very seriously. With his current alchemy ability and the many high-grade spirit herbs he had collected, if Hua Xiaogui really wanted to immediately reach the king level, he would definitely be able to do it. However, he didn't want Hua Xiaogui to make the first choice, because he could be sure that he would go further in the future, and if Hua Xiaogui followed him, he would naturally not be too bad. When his alchemy level increased, even if he used medicinal pills to smash Hua Xiaogui, he would still be able to make Hua Xiaogui reach the earthly sovereign level, or even the empyrean level. He still had this bit of confidence. Hua Xiaogui listened to Ling Xiao's words and calmed his emotions, falling into deep thought. Ling Xiao ignored him and continued to set up a few more restrictions before he was done. After a long while, Hua Xiaogui's eyes lit up and he said, Since boss has said so, then I will choose the second option. I believe that boss will definitely not be willing to see me be worse than others. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's shoulder and said, That's right. We have to look a little further, and you will find that this sky is actually very big. As long as we dare to think and dare to break through, there will be a day when we will break free and reach a peak that others can't even imagine. Yes, I will listen to boss. Hua Xiaogui nodded firmly. Chapter 463. Okay, tell me how to refine a third-grade pill. I'll see what the problem is, Ling Xiao said, cutting to the chase. Therefore, Hua Xiaogui told him about the process of refining a third-grade medicinal pill. Then Ling Xiao communicated with Hua Xiaogui based on his own experience. After Ling Xiao's clear explanation, Hua Xiaogui felt that his knowledge of alchemy was indeed too poor. Now, after Ling Xiao's explanation, he was finally enlightened. He was now confident that if he were to refine a third-grade pill at this time, he would be able to succeed quickly. These are just some of my experiences in alchemy. Also, here's a high-rank alchemist's notebook. You can take it for reference, said Ling Xiao as he tossed a scroll to Hua Xiaogui. This scroll was found in the space ring of Dan Dao. Now that he had the alchemy secret art, he naturally didn't need this scroll, so it was suitable for Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui took the scroll and couldn't wait to open it. He knew that what his boss gave him was definitely something good. Hua Xiaogui had just turned to the first page when his expression became excited, and then he couldn't wait to turn to the next page. His eyes glowed, as if he had seen a naked beauty, making him unable to move his eyes away. Okay, put it away first. Boss has other things to give you. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiaogui's fascinated appearance, and said very casually. Hua Xiaogui's strength was not very good, and he looked very weak, but he was a good friend. When he first entered Purple Sky City, Ling Xiao had a conflict with a young master of the Lao family, but Hua Xiaogui still stood by his side. Although he couldn't help, Ling Xiao already regarded him as a good friend and a friendly brother. Ling Xiao's principle was that if others were good to him, then he would only treat them better. He would never think that the other party was not worthy of being his friend or brother because of the gap between the two. Such a phrase would never appear in Ling Xiao's dictionary. Boss, what other good things do you have? Hurry up and take them out. Hua Xiaogui didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao. After putting away the scroll, she rubbed her hands together, her eyes shining. Ling Xiao chuckled and a cauldron appeared on the ground. This medicinal cauldron had bursts of intense reddish-brown flames circulating around it, emitting bursts of spiritual qi. At the same time, there was also a strong smell of medicinal herbs. With just a glance, one could tell that this was not an ordinary item. Upon seeing this medicine cauldron, Hua Xiaogui's mouth gaped wide open, speechless. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he saw Hua Xiaogui pounce towards the cauldron. Who knew that just as he pounced over, he would be sent flying by the powerful aura emitted by the medicinal cauldron. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had set up a restriction within a radius of several meters. Otherwise, Hua Xiaogui would have been sent flying far away. Hey, I say, what the hell are you doing? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Boss, I want this cauldron. Even if you want me to be your follower for the rest of my life, I'm willing. Hua Xiaogui crawled up from the ground and said very seriously. Hua Xiaogui's dedication to alchemy was even crazier than Ling Xiao's. Even if his horizons weren't as high as Ling Xiao's, his knowledge of alchemy was not one bit inferior to Ling Xiao's. He could feel the extraordinariness of this medicinal cauldron at a glance. As an alchemist, other than having the most powerful flames, a good medicinal cauldron was also what they wanted the most. These two things practically had a fatal temptation to any alchemist. Hua Xiaogui was naturally no exception. One had to know that every high-level medicinal cauldron was extremely rare. TCH, a follower like you who has neither strength nor character, what would Big Brother want you for? You'd better be my little brother obediently. Big Brother won't mistreat you. Oh, this medicinal cauldron is a spirit artifact. Now it belongs to you. Drip a drop of blood with it first, Ling Xiao said very casually. This medicinal cauldron was similarly an item of the pill dust path. It was called the 5-direction medicinal cauldron, a tier 6 spirit artifact. This kind of medicinal cauldron that reached the spirit artifact grade, there probably wouldn't be more than 3 in the northwest or the southern domain. Even if those 4th and 5th tier alchemists saw this medicinal cauldron, they would crazily fight over it. But Ling Xiao had casually given it to Hua Xiaogui without even batting an eyelid. It could be seen that he viewed Hua Xiaogui like a real brother. But then again, he already had the heaven cauldron. This kind of spirit artifact cauldron, he naturally didn't need it. Boss, are you really giving it to me? Forget it. Boss, you're more suited to it than me. I'll just leave it for you, said Hua Xiaogui with a bit of worry. He really did want this medicinal cauldron, but then he thought about how Ling Xiao's alchemy level was higher than his. Perhaps this medicinal cauldron was more suited to Ling Xiao, and so he could only restrain his desire. If I tell you to take it, then take it. This kind of low-level medicinal cauldron isn't something your boss can use, said Ling Xiao disdainfully. Hua Xiaogui very seriously looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Boss, I know you're good to me, but this is a spirit artifact medicinal cauldron. Even Master doesn't have such a good medicinal cauldron. What are you blabbering about? Do you want it or not? If you don't, then I'll give it to someone else. Impatiently interrupted Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui hastily said, You want it? Why not? He knew that perhaps Ling Xiao really didn't put this medicinal cauldron in his eyes, and was immediately overjoyed. He hastily responded, bit his finger, and dripped his blood onto the medicinal cauldron. After the medicinal cauldron came into contact with Hua Xiaogui's blood, it once again blossomed into a ball of flame. Finally, the flame completely shrank back into the medicinal cauldron, and only the surface of the cauldron was still suffused with a faint halo. Hua Xiaogui didn't hesitate to grab it in his hand and caress it incessantly, as if he was caressing the tender hand of his lover. All right, put it away first. I still have something to give you, repeated Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui hastily waved his hand and said, Forget it, boss. You've already given me such a precious thing. I'm already very satisfied. I can't accept anything else from you. Are you sure you don't want it? Asked Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao looked like he didn't care, Hua Xiaogui could still guess that the thing Ling Xiao gave him shouldn't be any worse than the previous two. He immediately revealed a dry smile and said, How about we take a look first? Forget it. Since you're so reluctant, I'll just leave it for someone else, Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. Don't, I want it. I want it, okay? Hua Xiaogui hastily said, thinking, It's a waste not to take something from boss. It'll save Pingyi the trouble of letting someone else go. Forget it. Do you think it's easy for me to give something to someone else? Ling Xiao stood up and pretended to leave. Hua Xiaogui didn't care about anything else. He immediately threw himself onto Ling Xiao's body and begged, Boss, my new boss, even if the thing you give me is trash, I'll treat it like a treasure, okay? First, he gave her the alchemy notes, and then he gave her the spiritual artifact medicinal cauldron. These two things were the dreams of alchemists. To be able to get these two things, Hua Xiaogui was already very satisfied. However, Ling Xiao still had something to give her. Hua Xiaogui's heart was already in a mess. He thought, In this life, boss is my blood brother. Whether he wants me to climb a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I won't hesitate. F***ck let go. I hate zero contact with men. If you don't let go, I'll take back the thing I gave you. Ling Xiao said angrily, then said, Will the thing I gave you be trash? You really don't know what's good for you. Hua Xiaogui laughed dryly and said, Boss, don't be angry. I was just making an analogy. The things boss gave me are all treasures. How can it be trash? Ling Xiao glared at him and then said seriously, The thing I'm going to give you next and the two things just now must not be seen by others. Even if it's the people closest to you, try not to let them know. Only when your strength has reached the Earth Emperor stage, or even higher, can you take it out. Do you understand? Hua Xiaogui saw that Ling Xiao was listening attentively, and immediately nodded his head in agreement. He also understood the stakes. If some people with evil intentions found out, he was afraid that he would be killed. After Ling Xiao waited for Hua Xiaogui to agree, he then spread his palms to the sides. Two balls of blue flames shot out from his hands. With Ling Xiao as the center, the two balls of flames instantly surrounded him and Hua Xiaogui within a 2-meter radius. Hua Xiaogui felt the scorching energy, and only felt abnormally hot and uncomfortable. Restrain your mind. Ling Xiao reminded Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui immediately sat down cross-legged and meditated, calming his state. Come out. Ling Xiao looked at the black ring on his finger and shouted. Then a small brownish-red flame emerged from the top of the ring. The surrounding blue flames felt the brown flame, and wanted to pounce towards it. The brown flame seemed to be very afraid, and wanted to drill back into the black ring. Unfortunately, without Ling Xiao's instructions, there was no way for it to go back in. Hua Xiaogui looked at the brown-red flame on Ling Xiao's finger, his eyes filled with a strong burning color. Boss, this is? Hua Xiaogui was not sure of his own thoughts, and asked with a little doubt. Earth-level fire, brown fire seed. Ling Xiao replied faintly. Hua Xiaogui listened to Ling Xiao speak out the doubts in his heart. His mouth opened wide, and his eyes almost popped out. Quickly adjust your state. Listen to my instructions later and transfer your mind over. Then it will be yours. Ling Xiao shouted lightly. Hua Xiaogui saw Ling Xiao's serious look and did not think anymore, and quickly restrained his mind. After a while, the blue flame came closer and closer. If not for Ling Xiao's suppression, it was likely that the brown flame would have been swallowed by it. If you want to continue to live, then listen to me and submit to him, or you will be swallowed. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao looked at the brown flame and said lightly. The brown serene flame had no choice but to obediently sway the flame to show its agreement. Little turtle, transfer your mind over. It will not resist. If it resists, I will immediately swallow it. I will not let it hurt you. Ling Xiao shouted lightly. Hua Xiaogui received Ling Xiao's hint, and immediately transferred his mind over. The brown flame naturally did not dare to move, and obediently accepted Hua Xiaogui's mind. Hua Xiaogui slightly opened his eyes and said lightly, "Come here." Following Hua Xiaogui's shout, the brown flame drilled into the space between his eyebrows. Chapter 464. When the dark brown flame entered Hua Xiaogui's forehead, an explosive energy instantly burst out. Streams of fire attribute energy washed through his meridians and finally rushed to his dantian. Hua Xiaogui didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately used the displacement force cultivation method that Ling Xiao had passed on to him to absorb the explosive energy. Hua Xiaogui wouldn't be able to absorb this energy in a short period of time. Ling Xiao didn't want to go back to the courtyard to see the elders of the Purple Sky sect, so he immediately withdrew the blue demon flame and closed his eyes to meditate. Not long after, Hua Xiaogui's aura fluctuated continuously. First, he reached the peak of the low-rank spirit master, and then a moment later, he broke through the barrier and reached the middle-rank spirit master realm. His aura didn't stop and continued to rise explosively. After a while, he actually broke through to the high-rank spirit master. After absorbing an earth-rank fire rank, the energy that came back was very powerful. It wasn't surprising that he advanced 2 ranks in a row. However, Hua Xiaogui's aura was still rising bravely, and not long after, he reached the peak of the high-rank spirit master. Ling Zhao's eyes jumped a few times, and his expression changed slightly as he shouted, "Stop! You can't break through anymore." Hua Xiaogui, who was in the middle of breaking through, couldn't hear Ling Zhao's words. His aura was still rising. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart, "Damn bastard." Then he rushed in front of Hua Xiaogui, and a powerful ice-cold aura gathered in his palm. He slapped his palm towards Hua Xiaogui's forehead. When Ling Zhao's powerful ice-cold aura entered Hua Xiaogui's forehead, Hua Xiaogui's explosive energy was temporarily suppressed. "Wake up!" Ling Xiao shouted. Hua Xiaogui shivered. He realized that he had been impulsive just now and immediately formed different hand seals to suppress the energy in his body. In the end, the aura still stopped at the high-rank spirit master strength and didn't break through anymore. Only then did Ling Xiao withdraw his palm and shout at Hua Xiaogui, "You're courting death. You actually dare to break through to the king stage." Hua Xiaogui knew she was in the wrong, so she scratched her head and said, I thought I could give it a try." The energy that was reflected back by the dark brown flame was very powerful, and Hua Xiaogui was lost in the thrill of leveling up. When he became a high-rank soul master, he discovered that there was still energy being transmitted to him, so he couldn't help but try to break through to the king rank. However, he hadn't realized that this energy was utterly insufficient to allow him to charge into the king rank. Moreover, he didn't know the slightest technique to support spirit energy, so charging into the king rank rashly like this would only cause him to suffer backlash. If it was light, his meridians would be damaged and his strength would regress. If it was heavy, he would immediately go berserk and finally die on the spot. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was there to protect him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what was going on. This was also why Ling Xiao was so angry. It wasn't that he didn't want Hua Xiaogui to reach the king level, but now was not the time. He didn't want to give the dark brown flame to Hua Xiaogui and instead harm his life. Looking at Hua Xiaogui's innocent look, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to be angry anymore. He changed the topic and said, "What I should give you is more or less enough. Now refine a grade 3 spirit increasing pill for me to see. If you still can't refine it successfully, then don't say that you're my brother in the future." Ling Xiao had already communicated with Hua Xiaogui before, and had also given him the spirit artifact cauldron and the earth stage fire stage. With the help of these 2 items, he believed that it shouldn't be a problem for Hua Xiaogui to refine a grade 3 pill. Ling Zhao's words were just to provoke Hua Xiaogui. Hua Xiaogui nodded his head and confidently controlled the dark brown flame in his hand a few times. Then he placed the cauldron properly and threw the spirit herbs into the cauldron to be refined. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to Hua Xiaogui's movements the whole time. Seeing that each of his irregular steps was quite steady and solid, his eyes revealed a satisfied look. Although Hua Xiaogui's tenbin couldn't compare to his, it was much stronger than many alchemists. To be able to break through to the grade 3 realm at his age was definitely a genius. It all depended on whether or not he could succeed this time. Ling Xiao watched from the side and didn't say anything. Time passed bit by bit. After some refinement, Hua Xiaogui finally finished the previous process. At the last and most crucial moment of condensing the pill, Hua Xiaogui's expression became slightly nervous. As the energy of the beast core was melted, the spirit herb's medicinal transformation also began to mix with the beast core's energy. Hua Xiaogui didn't dare to be slow. With a loud shout, his palms began to squeeze and knead the essence of the cauldron together. Pum. The pure medicinal power condensed with the beast core's energy, and the powerful energy produced a muffled explosion sound. If Hua Xiaogui still had the strength of a low-level spirit master, he might have been sent flying to the side by this powerful force. But he was now a genuine high-level spirit master, and wasn't affected much. With the medicine cauldron as the center, a medicinal smell spread out. A round pill emitted a faint halo of light in the medicine cauldron, looking quite alluring. Hua Xiaogui looked excitedly at the pill and couldn't help but shout, I did it, boss, I did it. At the same time that Hua Xiaogui was happy, he was about to throw himself at Ling Xiao again. This time, Ling Xiao was determined not to hug Hua Xiaogui again. He raised his foot and gave the leaping Hua Xiaogui a kick, sending him flying to the side. You damn glass, if you dare come half a step closer, brother will have you die. Ling Xiao said angrily. Hua Xiaogui crawled up, a silly smile on his face, but his heart was filled with boundless gratitude towards Ling Xiao. In just a short half a day, he had obtained something that others would find difficult to obtain in a lifetime. He had also used this to break through to high-level spirit master, and become a grade 3 alchemist. He was only 20 years old this year. Thinking about this age, this strength, and this grade of alchemist, if it was made public, who knew how many people would be shocked to death and how many people would be envious and jealous. However, all of this was given to him by his boss. Without his boss, it could be said that Hua Xiaogui wouldn't have his current achievements. His feelings towards Ling Xiao were hard to express with words. He could only silently remember it in his heart. Ling Xiao took out the pill from the medicine cauldron. Hua Xiaogui said proudly to the side, Boss, the pill I concoct isn't bad, right? It's only the first time concocting a pill, and it's already so perfect. Before long, I think that the pills refined by ordinary grade 3 alchemists won't be able to compare to mine. The spirit-increasing pill in front of him had reached 60% color and 70% smoothness. It was a pretty good grade 3 pill. It was no wonder that Hua Xiaogui was so proud. However, after hearing Hua Xiaogui's words, Ling Xiao's expression turned ugly. I really don't know how old man Nangong taught you. Thinking back to the first time I condensed a grade 3 pill, I had 2 pills in one furnace. Moreover, I became famous many times better than you. If you used a normal fire and a normal master apothecary, it would make sense. But now you're using a spirit weapon apothecary, and you also have an earth rank flame. You still have the nerve to be happy after refining this kind of trash pill? What should I say to you? Ling Xiao mercilessly attacked him, causing Hua Xiaogui's happy mood to drop. However, Ling Xiao knew when to stop. He softened his tone and said, Go back and refine more. If there's a chance, I'll take you outside to have a look. There are many high-grade alchemists, so we need to look further. With your tenbin, a grade 4 or 5 alchemist is nothing. Hua Xiaogui understood Ling Xiao's painstaking efforts and nodded firmly. I definitely won't let boss lose face. Whether or not you lose face is none of my business. Now you better tell Xiaoxue about this news. Otherwise, if she runs away with someone else, you'll only be able to cry, Ling Xiao joked. Yes, I'll tell her when I get back. I'm confident that she'll choose to follow me, Hua Xiaogui said confidently. With his current strength, he didn't believe that Wu Xixue could still reject him. What should be done is more or less done. Let's go back. I think those old fellows have also gone back, Ling Xiao said. With a palm strike, he dispersed the restriction he had set up and walked down the hill. Hua Xiaogui hesitated for a moment and asked, Boss, you really want to leave the sect? Yes, this place is no longer suitable for me. In any case, I'll have to leave sooner or later. Leaving now might not be a bad idea. Ling Xiao replied softly. He had always yearned for the martial arts holy land of the central region. Sooner or later, he would leave the northwest and wander around the central region. Now that this had happened, he felt even more at ease when he left. However, there were still some things in his heart that he couldn't let go of that made his heart ache. Hua Xiaogui asked from the side, "Boss, what plans do you have for the future?" "First, I'll look around. When I become stronger in the future, I'll also create a place that belongs to me and settle down," Ling Xiao replied. "Then can I follow, boss?" Hua Xiaogui asked with some anticipation. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "You might not be able to in a short period of time. Your strength is too weak, and your boss is someone who is often feared by others. Who knows if I'll be chased down by others one day? If you follow me, you'll only be a burden and useless." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But don't worry, once I've established my own power, I'll take you over." Hua Xiaogui still wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he didn't say anything. After all, he knew that once his boss made a decision, it would be very difficult to change. The two returned to the courtyard, but the people from the Purple Sky sect still hadn't left. When the people from the Purple Sky sect saw Hua Xiaogui following behind Ling Xiao, their expressions all became shocked. How was it that in just a short half a day, she had jumped 2 levels from the strength of a low-level spirit master to the strength of a high-level spirit master? However, when they thought about how Ling Xiao was already a 5th-grade alchemist, it might not be difficult for him to accomplish this. They were all more and more in awe of Ling Xiao, and at the same time, they hoped that Ling Xiao would really be able to stay. As long as Ling Xiao stayed, the sect would definitely become even more powerful in the near future. "Why haven't you guys left yet?" Ling Xiao said to the elders of the Purple Sky sect in a somewhat impolite manner. They were a little embarrassed to speak, but Mu Huai walked over and said, "Xiao, there's something I need to tell you. At that time, you can consider whether or not you really want to leave the sect." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.